problem we can loosely define as sustainable livelihoods of the people of the region. Sustainable livelihoods. And therefore, if that is the only problem, the challenge that we have, the question is, how do we get there? And what I'm hoping to now indicate is, where does the airline tourism fit into that space? Because it is a part of the problem. And we can make a three-part solution to this. The only way you generate sustainable livelihoods is if you have resilient economies. And notice I'm not saying resilient aircraft, resilient tourism, resilient economies. And the reason why that's important is economies are the only thing in aggregate that can get us to a point where people in aggregate can have sustainable livelihoods. And how are we going to define resilient? That's important. Resilience is simply the ability to deal with change and continue to develop. And that is what we face every day in our lives. We have change because we live in a world of uncertainty. How we deal with that change and how we continue is the most important element. So it is dealing with resilience in a whole economy means we have to deal with resilience of our ecosystem because it is together. And if you're looking for resilience of economies, resilience of an ecosystem, you have only one word to remember, is connectivity. And connectivity here says that there's internal connectivity because all parts of the economy are linked. Mm-hmm. And connectivity outside of the economy, meaning how countries interact with each other. And so that connectivity, which is the principle that generates resilience, has three parts that we focus on. There's physical connectivity, which is the business of moving people and goods around. There's digital connectivity, which is the ability now to manage in a digital space. And there's cultural connectivity. How do we get people to understand and live and connect with each other? And so that is the foundation of why we need the aircraft, why we need the airline industry, and why we need tourism. Because they are parts and means to getting us to where we want, the ultimate goal of sustainable livelihoods. And then we move to the last part of this, which is, given that we need connectivity, how does connectivity actually operate? It operates in a resilient way in only one dimension, and that's through the principle of innovation. Because remember what we said resilience is how you deal with change and allow you to continue to develop. The only way you do that is if you can innovate and to overcome the problems that you face. And so for me, when we say what's the issue is sustainable livelihoods. How do we solve it? Through connectivity. Connectivity that has pieces. And one of those pieces is the airline industry linked to tourism, but it cannot be seen as a sliced solution. And so when I think I heard the first speaker this morning talk about taxes and how we need to fix taxes, the only way we manage connectivity is if we get rid of the ego of institutions. That's the only way we get connectivity. Everything looks good to you from your perspective. But it is only when you connect them and make them operate as a whole that you genuinely get connectivity. And that is when you see the benefit of governments exist to be able to distribute. No government makes money. Governments receive and governments distribute. We should always review, take another look at the taxes situation, how we rationalize it. But if everybody is important, and trust me, everybody is because of the connectivity that we are talking about, then there'll be no money left if we give everything to everybody that they want. It's one of those things we say is an impossibility situation. You cannot have an economy that thrives the best possible and have people that want the most for nothing and have governments that want to satisfy everybody else and stay in power. The three things cannot work. There has to be a middle road where we balance things out. And for me, it feels on one simple principle of connectivity. And that is what defines the whole. And hence why when we look to solve our problems, we cannot focus on the solution of a slice. It must be the solution of the whole through the principle of connectivity.
Well said. So in 2017, the IMF published a study to determine what made the biggest difference in terms of increasing tourist arrivals in the Caribbean. They looked at supply factors such as the number of flights, seats, airlines, departure cities, etc. And they found that the number of flights was the most important factor influencing tourism flows. They also found that the number of airlines had a positive and statistically significant impact on arrivals and expenditure, but the number of hotel rooms had no statistically significant impact on arrivals or expenditure. Thought that was quite interesting. So their conclusion was that without jeopardizing market competition, governments may find fiscal savings by negotiating with a smaller pool of airlines for more frequent flights rather than seeking to increase the number of airlines, and also rather than seeking to increase the number of direct connections. So that all leads me to share with you my dream. And Mr. President, I feel like we need Inter-Caribbean, Cayman Airways and Caribbean Airlines to sort out a route for us that starts in Suriname, 6 o'clock in the morning, goes to Guyana, to Trinidad, to Barbados, Grenada, St. Vincent, all the way up to Jamaica, Bahamas, and then Cayman, all in one day, and go in the reverse as well. All in one day. That's my dream. So, and the thing is, we need to get this right. And at the core of getting this right is the governments and their commitment to solving some of the challenges, such as single airspace, such as taxes, as you mentioned. And I know we have lots of ministers in the room. And I want to say that if the governments can't get this right, then as the Jamaicans say, fire burn, right? And as the Trinis say, party done. What are your thoughts, Mr. President?
I wish I had the answer to that, Amala, but let's unpack this because I think it's a very complex question. And because it's complex, the answer therefore cannot be simple. Or the way we like to say this, if you have a $1 billion problem, you cannot solve it by throwing $1,000 at it. And so I think it's a similar situation because there are in principle three things that we need to keep in mind as we think about a solution. The first is what's the short-term versus long-term aspects of the issue. And if I followed very clearly what was being said this morning and my own experience over the last few months, just trying to navigate from one island to the other, we have an immediate problem that needs to be addressed. And when I say an immediate problem that needs to be addressed, it means not subject to the typical optimality constraints that we normally would do in the course of business. It is how do we fix something that is so overburdening that we need to solve it.
Mhm.
So that's one type of solution and issue we need to think about. There'll be costs. It will not be optimal, but
Mhm.
it will solve the immediate problem that we have.
And if I might interrupt you, I
Mhm.
mean, what I would add to that is, okay, so it may not make sense on
It
paper
may not make sense on paper, but
initially,
it would solve the immediate short-term
right?
problem.
But it's
Yeah.
like love. We know we need it and we know we have to do it. So let's just do it. Like the first speaker, Mr. Cadres, this
Yeah.
morning said, just do it. We have to just make the
Yeah.
leap. And then
No,
at some point, it will snowball and it will achieve critical mass. And then it might make sense on paper. But
no.
until
That
then,
is that is true. That is true. But having said we need to just do that short-term problem. There is also versus the longer term issue that we need to solve, which will require a different solution. That's the first. The second part we need to think about is there's the partial solution.
mhm,
Let's fix the airline problem
mhm,
versus now the holistic solution. What else needs to be fixed to make the airline solution work?
yes,
Because if not, you won't solve your problem.
exactly.
And then there's the third part, which is how do I make sure what I do today is satisfying the definition of wholesomeness, if you want, internally consistent, but equally not just today. It has to be sustainable. So I need to make sure the solution will span consistently over time. And so those three parts have to be three elements of the problem that we need to solve.
So it has to be sustainable.
So it has to be sustainable.
Mhm.
And therefore, what I think we need to be looking at is what I think of as the three legs of the stool that you need to always apply. If we know what the goal is, what are the investment activities that are required
Mhm.
to at least give us a chance of hitting the goal? So that will include all your infrastructure, et cetera, that you need. Then we need to have the second, which is the financing.
Mhm.
How do I get the financing for that particular investment set of activities? But even if you have the money and you have the investment activities, you need to have the implementation environment.
Absolutely.
Without that, nothing is going to work. And that has different elements, including relationships between the public and the private sector. It has to do with what I call the psyche of the nation, our whole mindset to what it is we need to do and how we go about doing it. And the third is how do we measure the nature of the problem that we have so that we can target a solution appropriately. If you don't have those three things, your implementation is not going to work. And therefore, the money is not going to be well spent. And the activities will not generate the goal that you are looking to undertake. So all of those become important.
Mhm.
If we dig down a little more just to the specific issues that we have, I think it's probably no secret to the audience here that the governments of the region are clearly focused on trying to solve our airline issue, both short term and medium term. And I think there are probably four big buckets that we need to consider in terms of how we go about solving, given the three-part nature of the problem. The first, I think, is cost. And cost has to include the operational aspects, which I think there's enough expertise here that we can tap into.
Mhm.
There'll be issues to do with efficiency in terms of how well we do what we are doing and just in general overall productivity, because those influence your costing structure. But even if you manage all of that in terms of cost cannot keep going down forever. It's going to hit a bottom line. It means we need to now have appropriate funding mechanisms. And funding mechanisms here will include and span the capital or debt equity structure that is desirable for the industry, how much pure capital you need in terms of equity, what type of working capital, and more importantly, the buffers. The buffers because you will have ups and downs and you want to be able to sustain. How can you actually mobilize that? The third, I think, has to be now because you're traveling and traveling across countries. What are the types of international or multilateral air service agreements
Mhm.
that you need to put in place such that the various airlines can operate and operate efficiently at cost in a way that can actually help keep them on a particular bottom line? And finally, you have to have sustainability.
Yeah.
And if you don't have sustainability, you will have the problem. And sustainability here, by the way, is just resilience. So another name for resilience. If you cannot manage and sustain the various changes that will occur, the shocks that will hit you, then there's no way you can actually survive.
Yeah.
And so you need to put all those into elements that will give the industry, as we understand it, a means of delivering on the connectivity challenge that we face, such that the economies can grow. And it is not about really resilience of the industry. It's resilience of the industry as a facilitator to the resilience of the country as a whole that will in principle provide the means for the enhancement of welfare of the people that will in principle redound and come back to strengthen the need for what it is that we are trying to do. Because in principle, you can only have resilience of that industry if we can grow demand. If we can grow demand, because demand has to be endogenous. As I said, you can reduce cost, but reduce cost for so long a period. But if you don't have the means of growing demand, your potential resilience and long-term sustainability cannot flourish. And therefore, when we talk about, immediately, I'm going a little long, sorry. When we talk about the tourism side, it always leads me into wondering the nature of the type of research question that you referred to at the preamble to your question. Is the issue of arrivals the holy grail of solving our tourism problem? Because that seems to be what was the nature of the problem. You said arrivals is probably what is my big problem. If I solve that, then I get a direct pathway to nirvana. And I think the issue is a wrong posed question. And therefore, the outcome of the research is equally a partial question. And I say that because, Mala, how many times have we thought about what exactly is the definition of tourism?
Mm.
We are stuck in the line that says tourism is visiting the Caribbean, let's say us, and enjoy ourselves, sun, sun, sea, good hotel, food, drink, and that is tourism. But if we dial back a little, tourism in its native sense, my definition, is simply the sharing of an indigenous nature character that you have with somebody else. It's indigenous to you, they don't have it, they would like to experience it. Now, that is tourism. But if we start with that as the definition of tourism, why then does tourism have to be, I need to physically travel? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Only because we believe the only way I can experience something that is external, not indigenous to me, means I have to physically go there. Maybe that could have been 1900, but in 2000, 2025, 2050, what is wrong with an entire new brand of digital tourism? We're in a space of virtual reality.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we tease all of the people from all over the world with virtual reality products that will tell you what you may wish to experience in person? That is tourism.
Yes.
What about bringing a Disney Caribbean experience to the boat? We have cruise, they come, and what do they show them in the boats? Whatever the cruise passengers want. Can we emulate, simulate a Caribbean experience as part of the cruise? That when they do land and maybe experience part of that experience. So we can make an experience a tourism product.
Yeah.
What about just sharing literature, our culture through the medium of writing? That is tourism. So when we talk about making tourism a diversified, large, growing area, let's close this genie that says it's only about sun, sand, and sea physically in the space. Open up tourism. Now we can link it to our education systems. We can build ancillary areas that can promote all of the different areas of tourism. And you can genuinely make tourism the pillar of development. And then the connectivity side we talked about, internal connectivity, meaning linking the parts of the economy together, external connectivity, and tourism is nothing else than cultural connectivity outside of your immediate zone. That's what it is, cultural connectivity. If we focus on that, then we have room to expand and grow tourism in a way we cannot even put limits on. So
So not limited by our physical
it should
assets.
not
Right.
be. It should not be. But so if I start by saying, how can I really grow tourism by ensuring I now negotiate and bring into X number of airlines more frequent, it presupposes that the only tourism that matters, that's important, is if I can bring people on a plane.
So, Mr. President,
Yeah,
we have 5 minutes and 37 seconds, and I need to go to Q&A.
please.
Anybody has questions in the audience? I see Minister Bartlett's hand up. If there is a mic, or you can, I can repeat the question. You go ahead, and I because
Minister,
we
that's my mic.
see he's a problem
I'm
solver.
fascinated by your definition of tourism.
Yeah.
Because for me, tourism is a confluence of experiences driven by a whole melange of activities. And it is a bringing together of these moving parts to create uh, an experience that has a value and a price. So if we define it that way, then the connectivity discussion that we have is critical. How do you connect those moving parts to enable them to come together seamlessly to provide an experience for which people will pay? And at the heart of it is where the economy comes in and how tourism then becomes a driver of the economy. Because all of these moving parts of manufacturing, agriculture, it's creative industries, it's it's you name it, it's food. We in Jamaica look at 5 pillars of growth that drive tourism. People travel to fulfill their passions. So you build products around passion points. And those passions are, you name it, anything. We have the little example of people making money from having 2 crustaceans race, crab race, and they make money. It tells you how basic it is, that how tourism as a driver of economic activity literally has no bounds. So understanding, therefore, what it is that causes tourism, and the link is travel. So we talk about tourism and travel. And travel is what we're talking about today. Aviation and travel, that is the facilitation, the means by which people connect with experience. And then to close it off, tourism is the most consumption-driven activity on planet Earth. The propensity to consume of tourism is the highest of any industry. Because that's all people travel to do. They consume your culture, they consume your physical facilities, your parks, your gardens, your beaches, everything, and they pay. And so the economy can benefit then from every link in that value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. He got a mic. We have one question here.
My name is Cherise Arman. I am here today in the capacity as the Deputy Chairman of the the Civil Aviation Authority of the Cayman Islands. I wear a number of different hats. My question to you is the discussion about regional connectivity a pipe dream? In order to achieve regional connectivity, you need the will of the governments, will of the airlines, will of all of the stakeholders. We achieved it one time in our history, and that's in 2007 when we hosted the ICC World Cup, the Cricket World Cup. And it was not without its challenges at that time because it allowed the free movement of people and goods throughout the region traveling for cricket. We were united at that point with one goal in mind. We wanted the cricket to take place. What is it that's gonna unite us to achieve this regional connectivity that you speak of? Because otherwise, if there's not this one united force, we'll talk about this for 10 years to come and years to come, and it'll continue to be this pipe dream. What is it that you think is gonna draw us all together to achieve this common goal of regional connectivity?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have to recognize that there's a political, there's a private enterprise, and there's a household. And so when I talked about getting rid of the ego of institutions, it boils down to the one story that if the whole does well, everybody does better. What prevents us, as simple as I can put it, from realizing that dream of regional connectivity is we all believe if we do it just by ourselves, for us, that we will be better off. But the truth of the matter really is, if all of us do well, then everybody does much, much better than if they did on their own. That's the bottom line.
Exactly.
That is the bottom line. Yeah. So if you just think of the potential of trade, and let's just think of tourism services as trade. If each of our countries improve, if each of our countries do better, they grow, however small, the potential for me as one country to trade more and do better and therefore have less of a hurdle to cross improves significantly with each country that does better. And so there is merit in just thinking, whether it is on procurement, whether it is on shared services, whether it is on the multi-dimensional that you'll talk about, Ed, later today. How do you market? How do you promote? If everyone does better, however small, and everybody don't need to grow by the same amount. If everyone does better, you open up through connectivity, through the ability to trade, through the ability now to buy and do other things. You open up room for each country now to grow in leaps and bounds. It's magnified. So it's a simple line: acceptance of joint responsibility.
And we all have a responsibility, each
Acceptance
of us in
of
this
joint
room.
responsibility.
And
It takes how do you say this? A village to raise a child.
Yeah.
In African lingo, it will take all of us jointly to do something to raise all of us.
Because that rising tide will lift all our boats.
Exactly.
And all our planes
Exactly.
as well.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leon. We're out of time. Thank you. I think we have a next panel now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marla Ducaran and Dr. Jean Leon. I'd like to ask the minister to come on stage to have a photo. I'm not sure if Mr. Serta is here as well. straight ahead. Thank you all. Our next panel under the name Multi-Destination Tourism will be moderated by Mr. Julian Rogers, Managing Director of the Jamaican Observer. We would like to invite him to the stage, joined by the following panelists: the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, Minister for Tourism and Transport, Cayman Islands Government; the Honorable Edward Bartlett, Minister for Tourism, Jamaica; the Honorable Henry Charles Fernandez, Minister of Tourism and Economic Development, Antigua and Barbuda; Senator the Honorable Lisa R. Cummings, Minister for Tourism and International Transport, Barbados; and again, Ms. Marla Ducaran, economist and leading advisor on the Caribbean.
I should know, right? Good morning, everybody. I'm not going to say that all protocols are excused. I don't think I need to say that, right? But welcome. And the panel we have today, I mean, all of you know them, so I don't have to go through and say who they are. So let's not waste that time. I think, though, that this panel is significant because they have the biggest job of all. A lot of questions have been posed today, and therefore, ladies and gentlemen, you have to give us some answers. I think that the tone set by the president of the CDB is quite clear, and of course, the previous speakers as well. So if we operate on the basis that if we all decide in this room that we can ultimately solve a nagging problem facing this region, which is providing the ability of our people, one, to move around easily, cheaply, whatever, or reasonably, may be the better word. And also that we provide a service that is relevant for the growth and development of the tourist sector. So we got two cherries really to deal with here. So multi-destination tourism has been spoken about many times in this region. I think, though, that the best example of it is how we handled Cricket World Cup back in 2007. We agreed then that the cricket fans could move around our region with a minimal of interaction with immigration authorities, customs, etc. And as soon as the cricket fell silent on a rainy evening or a dark evening in Barbados at Kensington Oval, we abandoned that facility and we've never gone back to it. That, for me, as a journalist watching these developments over the period of time, is really the heart of this discussion today. Can we go beyond the 2007 arrangements and also bring into force what I know is an agreement regarding multilateral air services agreements? Several of the governments have signed on to it. It is about implementation, which really is the heart of our challenge here, referred to again by the president of the bank. So the real question, ladies and gentlemen, can we do this for our own sakes? I want to start with the recently appointed chairman of the CDO because I heard him last evening, and I wouldn't tell you where, but I heard him again this morning, and I know that his heart and his overall determination is for some critical things to happen during his tenure. And I want to start with Minister Bryan, first of all, and give him an opportunity. He's in the northern part of the Caribbean. We have Minister Fernandez from the Eastern Caribbean. And we have Mr. Bartlett, of course, from Northern Caribbean. And we have the Barbados minister from the Eastern Caribbean. And we have Marla, who floats around the entire Caribbean like myself. So let's start with Chairman Bryan, first of all. Can we do this? Can we fix this? That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good morning again to everybody, particularly those of my peers, as well as my supporting team from CIA, Cayman Airways, and the rest of the supporting cast from DOT. The answer is yes, but we have to commit to some other things first. And quite similarly, what we're dealing with in CTO is convincing the masses about the return on investment. We have to talk about that because in order for us, everybody wants this dream to happen. And I think it was so adamant about how she highlighted the pipe dream, but it's something that we all want. That's the commonality. So I think what we should do is start by saying, what are the problems to this? And the main one that came to my mind is the benefits. Every human being operates based on cost and based on profits. So we have to convince all of our partners, all of our stakeholders, that there is an opportunity here for you to win. And how I believe we can do that is to convince them of the long-term stability of the industry and the region by working together. So for example, not every country, if we were to hypothetically start this tomorrow, will be the beneficiaries right away. But the commitment of working together, you're assured that long-term you will have tourism for decades and hundreds of years. Because one thing I think we all agree on is that the Caribbean region is the most sought after tourism destination in the world. And we can be one that no other destination, whether Europe, South America, Northern America, even Africa, can compete with because of our weather and our people and our culture and our history. And we have to stay at the top of the game, but we have to show the stakeholders where the profits are because human beings are driven by that. But the sustainability and the long-term benefits is how I think we can sell that to them because you recognize some of the issues that came up today about taxes and different countries have different profitabilities from it, different reasons why they have that. And to go to a country and say, listen, I need you to reduce your cost while I don't increase mine. Those difficult questions and maturity that will be needed amongst leaders, you have to say, you mightn't get it today, but your great, 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 great grandchildren will continue to benefit. Because what we don't want is competing where I'm out to take the tourist from my colleagues in the region, rather than taking that approach, look at it that we will all benefit, if not today, tomorrow, if not tomorrow, next year, if not next year, the year after that. But I want to add one more thing before I give the opportunity for my colleagues to chime in, is that I think there's a false perception that there is a only limited amount of tourists to come here. The truth is, we can double the amount of people visiting the region, even if we just address the connectivity problem, and everybody will win right off to the top. And I think that we haven't analyzed how many people in the world actually want to come to the Caribbean. And the good news about that is children are born every day, so you get new customers within 18 years, if not before. So with those factors, I think you have to start at the unfortunate negative end, which is the conflicting areas, give a level of political maturity to see a big picture. And it's going to take a lot of specialists in the field with stakeholder involvement of understanding that bigger picture. And what I'm happy about mostly is that with me being now the chairman, I have the opportunity to guide that vision with the leadership and support from people like the good Dr. Bartlett, who has been in the business for a long time and has been selling this vision for a while. So I do think we can do it. It's going to be hard, but it can be done.
Minister Cummins, I want you to pick up on this because I know you have a number of things that you heard this morning that you really need to respond to. Clearly, as Barbados is a hub, you got two different concerns there: your own needs, but also attempting to satisfy the needs of the surrounding territories around you.
Thanks for that, Julian. There were a lot of things that this morning I think many of us paid a lot of attention to. We looked at the question of taxes, for example. Let's start to look at that first of all. And I think my colleague minister, he just talked about that. So obviously for Barbados, 56% of the total cost on the one hand going to various taxes is a concern for us, and there's no way around that. But let us break down where fees and charges go to in country, because the things that we want or the things that we have to be able to provide come with a price tag. And so there is an airport service charge for Barbados, for example, that goes towards our international marketing. That helps to support the airlines when we have incentive programs and cooperative marketing programs in the source markets. We have a terminal fee that supports the infrastructure for the aerodrome. And so that supports the infrastructure, the tarmac. We just completed a multi-million-dollar renovation of our runway, rehabilitation of our runway because it needed to be up to international standards. So when you start to think about, when you disaggregate where the charges go, they're not going to profitability for the destination. They're not going to our consolidated fund as a source of revenue. They're going back into providing the kinds of infrastructure and services that actually benefit the aviation industry. Can they be reduced? Perhaps. Should they be reduced? Perhaps. Will they be reduced? That's possible too. But at the same time, the other side of that is that what Barbados has experienced is that there has to be a balance between asking a destination to remove those charges and to reduce those charges that then contribute to the profitability margins of private sector carriers, which would be the airlines. So how do we find that balance between ensuring that airlines are profitable and they are also able to benefit from the best support mechanisms that are being provided by the destinations? So those are the things that a country like Barbados that has a responsibility, not just for our own domestic travel requirements in terms of our international connectivity, but a responsibility equally for sub-regional travel onto the Eastern Caribbean, for example. So we have to make sure that our neighbors and our sisters and brothers have the opportunity to be able to move freely, and that very much is a challenge for us. So we are committed to working with our partners, and I heard Marla say earlier that she wants to be able to have this hop, skip, and jump. In Barbados, we would say this ZR ride all the way down from minibus ride, all the way down from Suriname and all the way up. We would love to be able to see that level of connectivity. And in the 2020 period, for example, when we aggregated what number of seats we are now missing, we also started in the course of the last few weeks to look at what those numbers look like. And we realized that even if Barbados would, and we have been looking at it, look at the changes that we potentially can make to our tax structure to support the kinds of things that I just mentioned, we don't have the number of seats that compensates for those losses in revenue by ensuring that they're filled by volume or consumer spend on island to supplement it in the domestic economy. So it is, as Dr. Leon said earlier, a complex mix that is there's no singularity about it. And so the tourism sector, Ed said it earlier as well, is so complicated when you start to disaggregate it into the wider economy that you really do have to understand that you can't treat to a single slice of the pie without understanding how it is going to affect other parts of that entire pie in the pan.
Thank you, Minister. I want to bring in Minister of Finance from Antigua and Barbuda here. 'Cause I know that a long time ago, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts, Montserrat were considered really an important multi-destination for visitors to the region. I know your current challenges as far as airline is concerned, but talk about your current situation, particularly, and how you see it fitting into what is projected here as an opportunity for people to move around this region, not only our domestic market, but certainly our visitor market as well.
Thank you, Julian. Let me just start by commending Minister Bryan and his government and people for the outstanding treatment that they've exhibited and offered to us visiting. They've treated us like VIP tourists. So thank you. But Julian, I think what is important here is not if we can do it, but to convince our leaders and our people that we have to do it. It's not a matter of what we need, what we can gain. More so it is what we have to lose. The point is that you have passengers now or visitors now, for example, that want a different experience in one trip. So you have a situation where they can now have 2 weeks and spend in various islands. I think that we need to understand that when the tide rises, all the boats rise. And so we need to convince our leaders, and by extension, our people who put our leaders and ourselves there, the importance of this regional connectivity. You can't have a situation, for example, where you have an island or a country in the Caribbean paying a US carrier $1 million to bring a flight, quite often half empty, but then say, I have nothing to put into a regional carrier. And so, and so there has to be a commitment that we must do it. We have to do it. In terms of the cost, yes, everything costs money, but we need to look further down as to what happens as people travel through the islands. Because when you when you travel to an island in the Caribbean, you really travel into the Caribbean. And we have so much to offer, so many different experiences to share. And why are we holding back on that? So I think that that commitment has to be there. The other factor that came up was the issue of taxes. Unfortunately, I think it's important to note that a lot of the airports, the taxes are hypothecated to pay back for that. So you have everybody scrambling to put a new airport and to put a new cruise port and so on. And to get the money, you have to sign off your taxes. Now, we have to therefore be able to say, look, if we lower the taxes maybe by half, maybe we could double the amount of persons coming in, which will equate to the same amount and at the same time redound to more money for everything else that's happening. So I think that is to sum it up, in my opinion, is something we have to do, not something that we can think about doing or plan to do.
I'm going to leave the political challenge to Minister Bartlett, but let me bring let me bring Marla in here, because the matter that you're the economist here, so this matter of the taxes. Some people suggest, look, why can't we come to a decision regarding a common tax across the region, as far as so that we lower the taxes, yes, but you know, there's an opportunity here to increase the travel, which Minister Fernandez suggested. It's your area of specialization, Marla. Free up.
Um, well, I think there are other ministers here better placed to speak on how they can reduce or if they can reduce and to what extent. But I just want to step back a little bit because we're talking about regional connectivity and the Caribbean as one space. We already have pockets in this region of multi-destination tourism. So you have the ABC Islands, you have Dominica, Martinique, and Guadeloupe. You know, you have this happening, and perhaps that might be the answer, little pockets, as opposed to one big pocket, like like I said earlier, Suriname all the way up to Cayman. I don't know. I'm not an aviation or tourism expert. Perhaps that's something that needs to be looked at. But I just wanted, because was it you, Minister Brian, who said, it's really about what we have to lose versus let's look at that as opposed to also looking at what we have to gain. Dr. Leon talked about what we have to gain. And I just wanted to share something here. So this region is the most open region in the world. When I say open, it means if you add exports plus imports as a percentage of GDP, we are the highest in the world in terms of a percentage of GDP. In some countries, imports plus exports is even greater than GDP. And so for that reason, if let's just, and as Jean said earlier, it's not just about tourism. For that reason, our economies depend so heavily on connectivity, air and sea connectivity. But we are also the most tourism dependent region in the world. And so for that reason, for the tourism sector, we need to solve this problem. According to Capri, this is the Caribbean Policy Research Institute in Jamaica. In 2019, the tourism sector contributed a third of the region's GDP directly, 53% of total exports, 43% of total employment, and 40% of the informally employed. And by the way, 40% of all jobs in the Caribbean is in the informal sector. So this sector needs to work well. But we are also the most expensive tourism destination in the world. Randy, could you please put up my slide? Our first speaker, before I go into that, the IMF had done this week on the beach index that found that we are the most expensive region in the world. And is my slide up?
it's
There
up,
it is. So we had Mr. Peter Serda, I hope I pronounced his name correctly. He did a little bit of an experiment, and I did one as well, where I went on Expedia, chose a random date, October 23rd to the 29th, and looked at flights from Barbados to various destinations. And I found this kind of breakdown, as you would see in the chart, as it relates to taxes. So we have, in excess of 30, 40, and in some cases more percent of the total ticket cost, that's just taxes. And that is, yes, that is one element. It's just one slice of the pie, but it is an important slice of the pie. And so, to your question, Julian, this is something we absolutely have to address in this region because it seems to me like instead of being a race to the bottom, we're a race to the top as it relates to taxes in this region. And if we're serious about tourism and we're serious about air connectivity, which, as I mentioned earlier, is not just important for tourism, it's important to us because we are the most open region on earth. We really have to think very seriously about this tax structure. And what I think we need to look at is making sure that the taxation structure is more progressive, meaning those who earn the most profits from this industry, I don't know who they are. Maybe they're the hotels, maybe they're the airlines, I don't know. But we have to find that data. And those who are the most profitable are the ones who need to shoulder a relatively larger share of the taxes than those who are least profitable. And when you are taxing the ticket, you're taxing everybody in the destination equally, regardless of if you're a taxi driver or a five-star hotel. And that doesn't make sense. And so that is something I think we need to get right, the progressive nature of the taxation regime as opposed to what I see as a regressive taxation regime.
I think you set a perfect wicket for I'm trying to be very careful here. I almost tempted to say Gordon Greenidge or Desmond Haynes, but that may be lost on some people. So for you, for you, right? So I won't say wicket, I'll say stage, because we have a political animal here, but he's also responsible by virtue of the positions he holds way beyond that of Minister of Tourism of Jamaica. He has the responsibility with his partners to deal with the resiliency of the industry. So he does not just talk for Jamaica or the Caribbean, but for the world community. So I see your particular role, Minister Bartlett, as one of drawing on all of the discussions you've heard today, and most importantly, your own experience and the vision you have for creating this resilient industry, to tell us whether you have, I don't want to use the word confidence because I know you would say, yes, I got the confidence. But can we do this? Can we do this within a reasonable time, with a reasonable set of resources, with a reasonable understanding of the partnership required here? I think this is what is really, because, and I caution you in your response, because the vendors, taxi drivers, tour operators, hotel operators, the man in the street who is part of this industry and this ripple effect, so to speak, are going to be listening and tracking your response. I can't help it. Put on the mic. I know you can
Yeah.
handle it, don't worry.
Yeah. Why do I feel that I'm not only being set up, but I'm being set upon.
Both.
Well, thank you, Julian. I think that it's a very important discussion that we're having today, and I think it's so long in coming. And you'll forgive me if I go back to 2010, right here in the Cayman Islands, when we had a discussion along this line, but it was focused on the Northern Caribbean and what that Northern Caribbean convergence could look like. Just not only examining tourism, but the wider economy itself, and also the social services that are involved. Today's discussion has been wide and has covered a number of key areas. And in discussing resilience, and to Jean's definition, I'd like to add just one dimension, that it's the ability, therefore, to track, mitigate, manage, recover, and recover quickly and thrive after disruptions. So that the capacity to do this is the measure of the resilience of whether a destination, a company, or an individual. So that the enablement of knowledge to forecast disruptions as they're coming, to project on it, and then to act, to mitigate. And when it comes, because it's inevitable, you manage it well, recover quickly, and then to thrive. The hardest part of the whole process is the thriving. As all of us have discovered, and some of us have not quite discovered, recovery is not linear. And sometimes recovery brings more distractions and disruptions than the event itself that caused the original disruption. As is the case of this pandemic, where we all are discovering that the recovery from this pandemic is far more disruptive. It has come with supply chain disruptions that impact not just basic goods and services, but human capital. Our workers have morphed into different areas of activity. Our airlines are telling us we can't find pilots, we can't find stewardesses. Our hotels are saying that we don't have workers and so on. So the disruption that emanates is not just to be seen on its own, but we have to look at what happens after to make recovery sustainable and to thrive. So we in the tourism industry, who are the most resilient of all industries, but the most vulnerable of all industries. And in the last 50 years, we've had 10 mega disruptions that we call black swans, the latest of which is this pandemic. We know of 9/11, we know of SARS, the economic disruptions of 2008 and so on. And in all instances, the good news is that tourism has recovered and was the fastest of all the activities, economic activities, to recover. And we grew. We grew to the extent that before this pandemic, tourism was the fastest growing industry on planet Earth, contributing 19% of GDP, depending on how you measure, whether direct or indirect, or a combination of both. But basically 10.1% direct. We earned $7.9 trillion in a single year and had 1.4 billion people traveling across borders, consuming. And that's where I'd like to make the point of departure in discussing this matter, because that's what we do. Tourism is a highly consumption-driven activity. And so the question of, for example, taxation shouldn't be a serious consideration for tourism because of who and what we are and what we do. Tourism for us is an export, but it's an export that we import. So it means that you have to provide the incentives for the import of your export. And taxation is, in my mind, anathema in that regard. And the reason that we can avoid the direct taxation, which increases the cost of travel, is that the purpose of travel is to consume. And consumption is laced with economic returns and responses. At every step of the consumption chain, there's revenue, 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 revenue. And in most instances, we have something called the general consumption tax, GCT. The capacity to generate revenue from GCT is endless because it is linked directly into the consumption patterns. And I believe that if we are to enable this enrichment process that tourism provides better than everywhere else, if you notice how global economies that have been predicated on minerals and oil and all other commodities are morphing into tourism. Dubai is your best example, and now the Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is spending enormous amount of money to create the products of the Red Sea, the Neom, to build Jeddah in a manner that you will never imagine. They have just built the largest airport in the world and have just established a new airline that they have capitalized with $84 billion. It's all about travel and tourism to change the way in which the economic landscape is crafted. So we have an opportunity in the Caribbean, and this pandemic has given us the opportunity to reimagine tourism. Traditionally, tourism happened. It wasn't structured. It wasn't programmed. It wasn't planned. We never understood what it all was about because we thought it was some nice, European guys, some Caucasian friends of ours who had other friends, and they bring them to have a good time in their villas, and then it morphed into a few more people coming, and then suddenly hotels started and so on and so forth. Not structured, that's true. Now is the moment. And we also realize that tourism and travel is influenced by economies of scale. So small destinations in non-contiguous locations across the Caribbean cannot benefit fully from the impact of tourism and travel. If you notice, I tied the two together, tourism and travel. And so we in the Caribbean, who are the most tourism dependent region on earth, with a GDP dependence that range from 40% at the low to 95% at the high, Minister Fernandez, Antigua and Barbuda. Where's my brother from Anguilla? Yes. These are the reports from the studies that have been done. We have to find a way to recover and to recover well. And we cannot recover alone. It will not happen. So the question is, can we do it? The answer is an unqualified yes. But do we have the political will to do it? That's the big elephant in the room. Because it means that we will have to forego our great sense of sovereignty and nationalism and begin to look at how we can collaborate and cooperate and stop competing and co-peting. Nice new word, co-petition instead of competition. And that's the essence of what multi-destination is going to be. So just to close my elongated comment, is that to engage multi-destination tourism, which is to provide multiple experiences on one visit at a price, a package price. It means the harmonization of various protocols and policies. It means that our political leaders have got to understand that there is now going to be something called a single airspace in the Caribbean. So we're not charging to fly in Jamaica, over in Grenada, over in St. Lucia, and the airlines have to pay for multiple airspace landing as you move and land. It means that we'll have to look at visa facilitation, that we have a single visa that allows for touristic purposes for people to travel from one destination to the other within the single Caribbean space. It means pre-clearance arrangements. So when you land in Jamaica and you clear customs and immigration, you're domestic into Barbados and St. Lucia and Trinidad.
Mr. Moderator, if I could, I hate to interrupt, but I feel obligated to do so.
Feel free.
I don't think it's correct that we put all the pressure on my political colleagues. There's other stakeholders in the room that also has to do some compromising here, because we do have our constituents to take care of, first and foremost. Yes, we have an end game of success, but when we ask ourselves to say we are going to reduce our taxes, I want to know that they are just as committed to the long-term benefit for them from a sustainable standpoint of the aviation community than it is for us politically. So this is not a one-side show. I am the representative and the chairman of the CTO, and I represent my members. So the stakeholders are going to have to come to this conversation and talk as well, because they too will have many benefits. But I want to say that Ms. Dukeran's point about pockets within the region is probably going to be a best way to get to this very difficult task as the whole region. And it has to do with a spoke and hub theory. We have about 3 to 4 pockets within our Caribbean region with some great infrastructure to facilitate the spoke and hub theory. We have Barbados, we have Jamaica, we have Bahamas, and Cayman ready to compete. And that allows the opportunity to service the other islands who are not necessarily in the position to do so, and see if those pockets work in its own right. Because the other factors we haven't considered is the customer. Who's the customer? What does the customer want? One simple example: language. English speaking, French speaking, Dutch speaking. These factors have the benefits of a smaller pocket system to work from. And I personally think, just my preliminary analysis, is that these pocket approaches is probably what's going to be best. And then the major hubs can work connectively together, whether it be Barbados to Jamaica, Jamaica to Bahamas, and vice versa. So I just thought I'd put that in there, but I don't want too much pressure on my colleagues, because the other stakeholders need to play their part as well.
Right, but I think it is important for us to understand what it is that we must do to enable this multi-destination strategy to work, and understanding what is required, first of all, from the public sector side, we ministers, politicians, and then, of course, the private sector, because the product has to be also created. You cannot have multi-destination simply by trying to connect. Connect to what? So we have to develop a Caribbean product, because there's a marketing dimension to all of this. And so the private sector teams have to come together to create now a product with a price, so we can package it and go to the market together as one. So just to close what I wanted to say and to go back to the tax, because I know that that's a very touchy subject and it might cause me a little problem somewhere else. But the hard cold facts is this. I am not saying taxes are to be eliminated. I'm saying taxes are to be reconfigured. In other words, instead of putting the tax to the visitor before they arrive, in other words, to tax the import, tax it when it comes as the export because it is consumption.
In that aspect. So totally outside of the box, revenue driven, dynamic taxation, new term. I hope it can fly.
Well,
but
I was
we,
just
we can
I-
look at it.
I was just about to ask you really to explain to my economist here,
Okay.
who has a quizzical look on her face.
All right. This is something that really started in the airline industry. When you're buying a seat on a plane, that price can change by the minute, probably sometimes by the second. So the price of an airline seat changes dynamically depending on seasonality, route, demand, etc. So that's dynamic pricing. The hotel sector, facing what we used to do was flat pricing as well. We moved to dynamic pricing and revenue management also. So that hotel room is never the same price at any day, any time of the week or year. Hotel room can go up and down. So I'm saying similarly from the public sector side of things, instead of looking at it, because I'm just looking at this slide here and going, oh my God, you could still achieve that 47% tax at some point during the year. But you could also drop as low as maybe 5%, depending on what else is happening. So it's dynamic taxation.
Excellent.
So, but at the top end to Minister from Cayman here, Mr. Brand's point, I'm looking at Barbados to St. Lucia at a nearly $2,000 price point versus Barbados to Jamaica at what's that, about $800, $900. And so, as all the revenue managers in the room know, we also have to look at fair price. What is a fair price for that trip? So yes, we can price ourselves out of the market, which we sometimes do as hoteliers and airlines, but we also have to look at route planning and destination. What is the optimal price that will move the business in terms of move the volume, and then look at how we can do dynamic pricing. So a radical approach to taxation, but something we may want to consider.
Stay right there because you got a question.
Thank you for that contribution. So my question is it that you mean the government should decide, well, I need, let's just say, $10 million in revenue from this sector. Therefore, the tax rate, which is the percentage, moves in accordance with, as you say, demand, supply, seasonality, such that it's higher at some times, lower at some times, but at the end of the year, we end up with 10 million. That's, you don't have to, I don't know if you necessarily have to cap it, what you end up with, but you definitely have to have a more revenue approach, a more dynamic approach. It would require obviously a little bit more data analysis and research,
Yeah.
but I do think it would give some of the destinations who maybe are not really as far as you are, Minister Bartlett, into total elimination of taxes at the upfront, an opportunity to still use that, but again, vary the price
Okay.
of that ticket, because you are looking at how actually tourism and how the airline business operates, which is really using revenue management techniques.
All right, I'm gonna, thank you very much. You really zeroed in on what would have to be the biggest challenge of this whole exercise. Minister Cummins first, and Minister Bryan wants to come back in. And I'm watching the clock here, guys.
I've been watching the clock as well. So we have 5 minutes remaining and we really just touched the surface. So I'm
Yeah.
glad that I've had an opportunity to speak again. So the balanced discussion really needs to also take place between the application of taxes and charges and the provision in the tourism and hotel sector of concessions and exemptions, because the two things go hand in hand. And for domestic economies all across the region that are highly tourism dependent, we have to be able to have a conversation that is open and honest about whether there are really genuine linkages between the tourism sector and the concessions and exemptions we provide relative to the taxes and charges that we also are applying and the benefits and the impact on the domestic economy. And I think there's no way to treat to taxes on its own without also treating to concessions and exemptions. So for example, across Barbados, we have 17.5% VAT, general consumption tax, on an airline ticket. But across the accommodation sector in Barbados, it's 7.5%, and across all of the tourism sector, it's 7.5%. We have 100% duty-free exemptions for food and beverage, servicing hotels, and we have a Tourism Development Act that allows for 5, 10, 15-year renovation exemptions also. All of your equipment, all of your materials come in also tax exempt. So when you combine the application of concessions and exemptions being afforded to the sector, and you offset that against taxes, a destination and a government that simultaneous, and I say this to our tourism partners all the time in Barbados, you as hotelier A will want me to increase your access to concessions, and I may consider it, but you as citizen Joe, equally so, want to make sure that the social services that you also require in your citizen capacity are equally provided. And that balance as a destination is really where we as governments have to ensure that we're able to meet that requirement to ensure competitiveness, attractiveness of the destination, provide the services, both the commercial and the social and national services that we need, meet the requirements of our partners. We had a lengthy discussion this morning about the use of technology, and that's a big push for many of us as well. All things all considered, I think we do have to, and I agree with Max earlier, he said, it's not the question of if it can be done. The cost is if it, why not if we don't do it? But it is not as simplistic, again, as we are making it about taxes alone. And I just, before you come in, I just wanted to make this one point that Barbados, for example, does not practice a minimum revenue guarantee model. We don't provide it to airlines, largely because we've seen historically that when airlines are traveling and you have a minimum revenue guarantee, you're flying empty seats. An empty seat isn't going to book Nicola's hotel rooms. It's not going to book a restaurant. It's not going to make a reservation. An empty seat provides no domestic benefit
Yeah.
to the economy. So what we do is we provide incentive marketing to the airlines, cooperative marketing. It could be the same value of what would have been a minimum revenue guarantee, but it is about filling seats. and ensuring that we actually get people to move and to consume in the way that Ed has described.
And the clock.
Yes, yes, sir. I'm going to be quick. I'm just going to say that if you remember when I opened my remarks talking about the human behavior and profitability going to be the driving factor. Obviously, it's presented itself here today into the conversation. And that's why in my delivery, in my keynote speech, I talked about, as the new chairman for CTO, is bringing the stakeholders together, because that dialogue needs to start now, because everybody is going to have to do their little part in order for this to win. So from a CTO perspective, working on behalf of my colleagues, we're going to do everything we can. And we started that already, because we've selected a committee where Mr. Bartlett will be the chairperson leading that discussion to bring them together to see this way forward, the more senior in the industry.
Thank you, sir. Minister Fernandez?
Thank you, Julian. Just two quick things. I'm watching the clock too. The first one is to our the person that made the statement about hotel and taxes dynamics and so on. Just coming out of the pandemic, I met a hotelier in Antigua who said to me, look, coming out of the pandemic, you got to be price sensitive, and you got to reduce your taxes at this point in time because we need to get people in. And I said, all right, let me think about it. Went on his website, he was carrying up the price of his rooms. So that's the other side of it. I just wanted to end by saying, if we removed all the taxes in the region, would we have the airlift? So it has to be a holistic approach. We got to engage someone to work regionally and be serious with them to say, we're going to reduce the taxes, even if we take a percentage of what we reduce, to give to you to subsidize, to ensure that regional connectivity really works. I just wanted to end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So
I've
just
got-
1 second,
Yes.
because mine is very short. The issue, I think, of taxation is one which is now going to have to be a discourse that we have in the region. Because if we are to get the volume that we need to drive the consumption that we're talking about, which enables all the other moving parts to rise, the multiplier effect that tourism has to, then we must make it easy, very attractive for people to come into our destination.
Now, yes, please. As it turns out, the third umpire has given me extra time. I have 4 minutes, and I want to hear from the floor. So here we are. Where? Right here, Mr. Sadler. Oh, over here as well. I will take you. I will take you. Mr. Sadler first. Into
Hi.
into Caribbean. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a microphone.
Yes, I'm sorry. Annaline Lord, Area Manager for the Caribbean. And it's a comment to Minister Bartlett, not a question. And it's something that my teenage daughter tells me all the time. Mommy, work smarter, not harder. We have a document that was drafted by the Joint Regional Communication Center, JRCC, a sub-agency of CARICOM, back in 2018, defining what we need to do to establish a single domestic space concept. Excellent document with all of the requirements that we need to consider. Infrastructure, common visa regime. I would urge governments to take a look at it, bring it back to the table, and we could definitely work with that, at least for a start.
Thank you very much. And that, in fact, is what I referred to earlier in my opening about the multilateral services. Yes, please.
So thank you for that, Annaline. JRCC, we work very closely with JRCC in Barbados. It's headquartered in Barbados on things like the Advanced Passenger Information System. And we actually, in a recent conversation between meetings between the presidents of Guyana and Prime Minister of Barbados, we agreed that we would work with GRCC to see how we can reintroduce the concept of the single domestic space. And we've begun engaging with technology partners to see how we could even treat to that digitally as opposed to the way in which it was done in 2007. So it is a commitment for Barbados for sure to support the principle and the concept of multi-destination travel, but doing so using the regional mechanisms that the sunset legislation needs to dawn again on.
Excellent. The sun will rise on that one, right?
Right. The political
Sadler.
will to do it.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
drive.
Mr. Sadler, please. 1 minute, 49 seconds.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for listening for a moment. So we have two parallel conversations going on. One which apparently there's no interregional travel existing, although I would reject that notion because we at Indo-Caribbean connect 27 cities across the Caribbean from Havana to the west, Barbados to the east, down to Guyana. So I'm sorry if you've never heard of us yet, but with load factors in the high 90s all through this summer, it's hard to believe nobody knows who we are. So I'll leave that question for you. But to answer to the issue of taxation, it is that apparently if we don't have any interregional travel, the concept of reducing taxes should be no burden at all for regional travel because you're starting from nothing. However, where we are is advocating as a company for regional travel. If your journey starts in this region, ends in this region, is nothing to do with going to China, going to Australia, going to somewhere else, then meet us halfway. Let's create, if we want to stimulate further, faster regional travel, it should be a limited burden on saying, let's give you a break. Maybe half of what you would charge an international traveler and meet us halfway. Let's put some dollars back in the pocket of the traveler. There's a reason for me to want to go to the island next door because I can, because I'm not paying at the rate at which we're talking about. The example here, for example, if I'll leave out the name of a country, I have an airfare which is $139 round trip. The taxes on top of that is $138.92. So 100% in taxation. We have worse examples, and I'll give you an A to B to C. I'll leave out the names of the countries.
Time's up. But I'm going to give you the opportunity to deliver that.
That journey, taxes only, $312.92. Taxes only. So if I give you a $1 airfare, it's still a burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sadler. So we go away from this exercise benefiting from the tremendous contribution from our panel and of course from a number of the stakeholders here. It is clear what the mandate is and a commitment has been made to ensure that it happens. What's required? Clearly the matter of the taxes has to be addressed. To the implementation or the fullest implementation of the multilateral air services agreement, which many governments have signed on to, et cetera. And most importantly, Caribbean people want to hear that they can get from point A to point B safely, affordably, et cetera. And it is going to require, if I might quote the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, to subsume our egos and get on with the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panel for this discussion. May we have a photo with Mr. Serta? Just after they take the photo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a lunch break. I'd just like to remind everyone to please get your business cards into the registration desk for the raffle later on today. As well, we'd like to have you back here by 2:10. That's 2:10 to restart. Thank you. for you and that you're ready for an exciting afternoon of discussion. Up next, we're going to have a panel discussion on the challenges and priorities for air transportation in the Caribbean region. We'd like to invite Mr. Michael Bell, Senior Client Partner of Aviation and Aerospace, Corn Ferry, to the stage. He'll moderate the session with the following airline executives: Mr. Trevor Sadler, CEO of Intercaribbean; Mr. Felipe Bonifati, Lufthansa's Group's Managing Director for Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean; Mr. Matthew Klein, Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer for Spirit Airlines; and Adam Schliss, Director of Aircraft Transactions and International Counsel. Welcome, everyone, and of course, these gentlemen will keep you engaged for the next little bit and hopefully awaken you after lunch.
That first part was confidential, that's why you couldn't hear it. Well, as was mentioned, a great panel today, and honored to be up with this powerhouse airline group. We've got a nice representation of different types of carriers. 2 US carriers with Adam from JetBlue. Adam, welcome. And Matt, Chief Commercial Officer at Spirit. We'll have to get you guys talking about what's coming between the two carriers. No-go discussion. Felipe Bonifati, who is originally from Argentina, now living in Brazil and running the region for Lufthansa, which is a key player to and from Europe into the region. And our own regional/local airline exec, Trevor Sadler, who's the CEO of Intercaribbean, the airline everyone should know, but maybe doesn't, right? So, yeah, interesting. We had a nice chat last night about the business model you guys are pursuing, and I think it's something we would definitely want to get into today in terms of the role you guys will play in the region. So, prior to getting into the discussion, I did this morning with the infrastructure group. I've asked each of the panelists to give us one word and one word only as to if there was one change they would like to see happen in the region, or call it what you will, initiative, message, relative to creating a better environment for airlines to grow and prosper into the Caribbean, what would it be? So with that as a backdrop, I'm going to ask you just to share the one word, and I'll come back to it in the course of the discussion. So let's start on the far right with you, Adam.
Technology.
Technology. Okay. So Felipe.
Competitiveness.
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 Okay. Matt?
Agitated.
You want to agitate, or you are agitated?
I'm agitated.
You're agitated. Okay, sounds good. Well, if ask what you want, it's not working. Yeah, I just flicked that up right there. There we go. All right, Trevor.
Well, I may have already shared my one word, which is taxation.
Taxation. Okay. Well, maybe that's what the source of the agitation as well here. We're going to find out. Actually, I can't leave that one hanging too long, or maybe we'll leave the agitation with Matt. Tell us what's agitating you.
Might be a difficult message for everyone to hear, but I feel like we've had these conversations in the past. Heard a lot today, a lot of great commentary, and I know these are not simple topics to tackle. But as a ultra low cost carrier that serves many of your destinations in the region, I can tell you that a lot of you are making it difficult for us to grow the way that we feel like we could grow and want to grow, and bring more economic development and bring more tourism to your destinations. And I think Trevor shared a great word there that I'm sure he'll get into as well. For me, it's a little bit of obviously planning has to go into anything that involves growth, without a doubt. Planning is important, and you can't just snap your fingers and bring hundreds of more people in every day without being ready for them. But I can tell you that at Spirit Airlines anyway, our ability to grow revolves around being able to make money and being able to be profitable and being able to then turn that into even more flying into the region. We have 33 airplanes coming next year, and I'd love to deploy more of them into the Caribbean. I believe you all deserve more flying. I think everyone works hard. I think everyone is on the same page as to what we want to see happen. But I'm going to fly those planes where I make the most money. And if I can make money here, I'll fly more here. And then I'll bring even more people here.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Matt. How does the Caribbean compare to other opportunity markets that you guys have for the deployment of those 33 airplanes? Where would you stack rank it right now based on what you see?
Right, sure. So I can give you an example. We're continuing our growth. And by the way, we are doing some growth here in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico is larger for us, significantly larger for us today than it was before COVID. Why? The taxes are $60 round trip. Now I understand there's some benefits with being a U.S. territory, so I get those some of those issues that are different. However, we're larger and significantly larger, and have added destinations. We now fly to Ponce in Puerto Rico, and we're adding to Aguadilla, and San Juan has grown to be a very large destination for us from, I think it's 11 origination points now in the US down to San Juan. So that's just an example of where we can continue to grow, and that's where I'm putting my airplanes right now, into Puerto Rico. But having said that, if I look at Central America or the parts of South America that we serve, the taxes there can be $40, $50, $60 less per passenger. That's a big deal for us, and that then turns into more flying into that part of Latin America because the taxes are lower, and
Matt,
I
just to
can plow the
clarify,
profits back into.
Yeah, it's not just a margin issue for you, it's that it inhibits you guys deploying your business model, which is
That's right.
which is low fare, unbundled flying.
right.
You can't have that with hundreds of dollars of taxation.
Correct. And by the way, I also recognize that may be a very Spirit-centric issue that isn't an issue for other airlines, but it's a big issue for us, and we're one of the growth engines coming out of the United States. And 20% of our flying is to Latin America and the Caribbean right now, and I'd like that to be more. But I can't do that if I'm just going to hand too much of the passengers' money over to government entities to then spend on the services that you want to spend on, which I understand that you have to do that. I'd rather everyone think about the redesigning. We heard some of that earlier today from, I think it was Dr. Leon had said that earlier, and just thinking about, and others too. Minister Bryan talked about growing the pie and everything should be bigger. I agree with that. And I think that can happen. And I'm here to tell you today that I'm agitated only because I know what the opportunity is. And I hear all the words today that everyone I think's on the same page as to wanting to do that. But when are we going to do it? And just know that airlines are, I'll speak for myself, but I think I can speak for the industry. Airlines out of the United States will do more if there's more money and profits to be made to then put into more flying into
Well,
the region.
let's see if it is a Spirit-only issue. So Adam, over to you. Give us this JetBlue view on this topic. Is it similar, different, or how do you see it?
JetBlue has some similar views on it. Our design is that we try to stimulate markets by offering low fares and possibly places that people haven't flown before. So we have the same issues with sort of help, and customers are very, very price sensitive. So if there's a difference in $25, $50 in the fare, we can see them booking elsewhere. And the larger the difference, the larger that can affect a large family booking, because that difference, and I think Peter may have put some statistics up on that this morning, can be quite significant. So that can also affect where we put our aircraft.
So you feel the same in terms of missed opportunity here, that you could and would put more capacity in here if the taxes were lower?
I don't know that we would put more capacity in now. The airplanes are pretty, we're very tight on airplanes right now. but that would certainly help.
Tell us why you chose the word you chose. Elaborate.
Say it again.
The word that you chose, tell us why you picked that.
I thought of technology just, and this is on both sides. This is happening in the United States and in the Caribbean as well. Just some of the advances we're seeing in the customer experience through technology, but also not just for the customer experience, but also for our airline operation. One of the things that comes to mind is APIS, which is Advanced Passenger Information, transmitting of manifests and passport information electronically as opposed to paper. Sometimes with the paper model, it can lead to delays, and that's been a sort of a pain point for us. The APIS makes it a lot more efficient and faster. And we know that my IT people might not like me for saying this, but because it's always a lift for them, but that's one area of technology that we could see some more, we'd like to see more of in the region.
Are you seeing that the region isn't as developed or as open to deploying some of this technology as other places you fly? I mean, why did you pick that for the Caribbean, if you will?
We run into it not throughout the region, but in certain countries. And that's where then it's become sort of very much of a pain point for us.
Felipe, this issue of taxation, how much of a issue is that for a long-haul carrier where the fares are generally somewhat higher, where much of your traffic might be on vacation packages, et cetera? Just put that in the scheme of importance, if you will.
Yeah, so I think, taxation has various phases, and one is the cost-related topic, which we of course see when we bring, we have some airlines in the holding like Edelweiss or Eurowings Discover flying into many of the islands in the Caribbean, and when our customers in Europe, mostly in Europe, are buying packages all the way here, a difference of $50, of $20 could make a difference and could make them change their destination. And that's why I think competitiveness is an important key, because it's not just about the cost of the taxes and fees and charges, but also reminding us that there are other regions also competing for the same customers coming over here. Yeah, we could just have the example of of other destinations. And for us as a traditional legacy carrier, based in Europe, the options out there is not it's not the Caribbean or Cancun. It's also the Indic Ocean, or what we do in Thailand, or what we do in Zanzibar, or in the Maldives. So whenever you think of expanding your business into leisure destinations, which is not the only type of travelers we get, of course, into the Caribbean, but mostly, there are so many regions in the world that are fighting for the very same profile of a customer, that you need to keep in mind that. But also the other phase for me with taxation and infrastructure, I think it's really complexity. So it's really about reducing complexity in the way we see taxation and we see infrastructure development. And examples, there are so many examples of that. When you think of countries in the region having up to 10 different tax codes.
You mentioned that in our prep call. I can't imagine how that's
Well,
even possible.
I mean,
What different, is it a tax on a tax, or how would you have 10 taxes?
That's something that we see in the region. Yeah, that's perhaps Trevor can say a bit more on that. But what we see is that when you see a ticket, an air ticket, and you see all the codes, there are countries which have 8 to 10 different codes for one ticket. Yeah, and when you see the average in European taxes, it's about 3, maybe 4, 5 with one of the most complex countries. So for us as an airline, it's very important to have a partner, a destination which is easy to do business with. And if you really make your destination a destination that is easy, that is simple to do business with, then where the basics are right, then everything goes somehow by itself, and it works very, very well.
So, Trevor, I'm going to bring you into this discussion. We were talking last night, and I think you were talking a little bit about your marketing and how you're trying to break the fare out between what's going to you, what's going to government. I think it's a page out of the Spirit playbook, if I remember correctly, right? Matt, you can come in on this one too. But tell us how you guys handle this taxation issue and what you're trying to do to educate the consumer. If you
I think we're working on, I would call adopting a somewhat Spirit approach to showing folks what is our slice of this pie and how much is going to this government or this one or this one. Because ultimately, the taxation, it's controlled by individual governments. A government sets its rates. The consumers of that country They don't moan to the government about the cost of the tax. They moan to us how much they're paying us, as if we are somehow absorbing and enjoying all that taxation money. The reality is that because every consumer, really all they're looking at is the bottom line. How much is the dollars or other currency that I'm going to pay? Never mind how it got broken out, how much was the airfare component, how much was any individual tax. So for us, creating a connective network across the Caribbean, it is that we offer non-stops, one stop, and depending where you're going, as much as 5 stops. Now, if you've got 5 countries having their hand in your pocket to collect some taxes, it doesn't matter. There is no alternative for many people, and we'll take you on this journey, a little bit like a bus ride, but you can
But
go
Trevor,
from Nassau.
what is your objective in that transparency? Who are you communicating to about, and what change are you trying to bring about through that? Or is it just an education to the consumer?
It's educate the consumer. We need you to know when everyone says the airfares are too high. The airfares are not necessarily high. It's the taxation component which drives that appearance. But we are the victim of the consumer's wrath in believing that
They're
somehow it
directing
comes
at
to
you,
us.
yeah. Matt, Spirit, I'm not sure if it was during your tenure, but certainly in the past has done that. Did it work?
It made us feel good.
That's what's important.
One of the, I think one of the keys is when it comes to taxation, and just for semantics purposes, when I refer to taxation, I'm referring to, I think what Trevor's getting at, which is what does the passenger see when they buy the ticket? So whether it's a airport fee or an infrastructure charge or something like that. So excuse my language if I was a little bit off on the semantics
The
there.
stuff that's not coming
but
to the airline.
it's the things that we're collecting and ultimately remitting to other bodies. You know, I think that, and someone had said this earlier today, I think it's reasonable that some amount of infrastructure gets put into what passengers pay when they buy tickets. But I was going to use the word redesign earlier. That's the word that I wanted to use, redesign, because we talked about reconnect and revive, and I think it's been said a little bit throughout the day here today that it's almost like a redesign needs to really come into play, and I'm not about at all to understand all of the things that a lot of people in the room here have to deal with all the time with your constituents and multiple people from a political perspective. That's not my expertise whatsoever. All I can tell you is that when I want to try to collect $100 from a passenger to fly them round trip, but they're giving me almost $300 for me to keep $100, that's really hard for us to be able to be as profitable as we would like to be. Don't get me wrong, we make money, we're profitable, we love this part of the world. We just want to do more. And I think I've heard for years, and I heard again today, that you all want to see more come in, and there is a solution to this, and the infrastructure just has to be ready for it. I think I heard it on. I apologize. I didn't catch everyone's names perfectly earlier today, so I apologize. But a statement was made about taxes on tickets in order to then have money to provide incentives to airlines to fly to the country. It might have been Barbados, I believe, but that shouldn't be necessary. If the taxes are lower, then by default, you're going to be more competitive and you won't need to incentivize airlines to fly. You don't need to incentivize us. We do not participate in MRG programs either because we don't think they work either. So if you want to, you don't need to present that to me, because that tells me that you're not really all in on believing in your infrastructure, that you have to give me an incentive to fly to your country. I don't want that either. I want to work as a partner and be able to work in a way that just makes it more affordable for the passenger. And I don't know where you'll collect your taxes. I just think that there'll be a lot more people coming in, staying at hotels and buying food and buying merchandise.
Let's just take that for a minute and build on it, because I'd like to get the group's view on this, the thesis behind that, right? But if instead of build it and they will come, lower it and they will come, right? The theory of the case is we lower the fees and charges, you guys will be able to offer lower fares, put more capacity, more people will come, and they will spend more in country.
Yes, and it's not just a competitive shift. I completely agree with what Minister Bryan said earlier today about the pie can just become a lot larger and everyone will benefit from that. I completely agree with that statement.
So where have you guys as airlines seen that work? Because if you want to convince ministers who are coming on stage here to take action on this, right? It's a leap of faith, right? We're going to lower the taxes, take a short-term hit in the hopes that.
Right.
Gonna
So
come.
we,
Where have we
so,
seen that work?
so we've seen it in Cartagena. We've seen it in Costa Rica. We've seen examples where the fees came down and then all of a sudden our load factors go up. I can get higher yields and then I can add more service to the destinations. It has happened and I can trust you. It will happen to each of you that decide to make that change.
Gentlemen, jump in.
So I think Costa Rica is also a good example of that. But besides the cost of tax, because I think nobody in the airline industry is saying we don't want to pay for services. We want to pay the price that is related to a cost, and there's transparency in what we pay, being fees, charges, or taxes. So this is really not about asking for any free lunch out there. So this is not the case. But also has to do with the policies behind promoting tourism. And I think Costa Rica is again a very good example where you see a state policy on tourism that regardless of the government, of the party being elected, they keep the same policy over the different administrations, with a very clear target, when it means clearly positioning Costa Rica as the destination in Central America. I think that also helps a lot.
Adam?
I would just echo the same. Those are both good examples, Cartagena especially, and Costa Rica.
So would your message to the governments be that they should take action on this because it will, in the end, be a better ROI, return on investment for them?
We would agree with that.
Okay. How about yourself, Trevor? Tell us how you see this and what actions you're taking apart from maybe the transparency of your pricing.
Sure. So we have, we had this as a discussion yesterday in our airline group, but the reality is when the amount of taxation is such a huge amount as a percentage, if I take, and again, I won't give you city names, but somebody traveling from A to C, where I indicated the example of $312 in tax, that same journey, I'm making an airfare of $350. So the consumer sees this $700, that's crazy. But for me, the 4 segments that this person's traveling with us to make that journey is not outrageous. But the taxation piece, again, my difficulty, and this is maybe the challenge where we have to say to government that we're collecting this $312 on your behalf. We're paying credit card fees at 3.5% on your credit card fees, or sorry, on your taxes collection. Depending on which country, some of these taxes are expressed in national currency, others are expressed in US dollars. So we're collecting this, applying conversion rates of the day. Ultimately, we now have to pay those monies through one of 2 different channels that ultimately comes back to yet a different exchange rate where we're funding the airline industry becomes the ATM machine
You're
for the
tax
countries.
collector.
Yes, we're having to do all the collection. We're having to repatriate all of this to you. We get 0 for the administration, but yet we've got a massive cost out of our pocket. And the more the taxation becomes a factor of the total price, the more this question exasperates itself. Why does all the burden have to sit on us? It needs that governments consider that there's a cost of doing business or there's a cost of collecting money, and you either consider that we have to participate in the cost because we have the real cost that we're having to pay for collecting.
It's interesting. Someone in the McKinsey airline practice said something to me once that their studies had shown that for leisure travel, that the airfare is considered by the consumer as a tax on their vacation. Now, when you think about that, it makes imminent sense because you're not really wanting to fly, right? You just want to get to your destination, and this is sort of friction you're having to pay. What I'm realizing is that actually it is a tax on your vacation, right? And it's a tax on a tax, if you will, right? So that's
Although
sort of
some of
compounds
us
the
do
issue.
enjoy the ride too.
Sorry?
Some of us, the flying is part of the fun too.
Yeah, so,
And Michael, sorry, and
Yeah,
and in
please.
certain trips, the airfare is the smallest portion of a cost of a vacation. It could be the one single payment, the highest, but in overall, a cost of a 2-week vacation, I don't know, in Europe or in the US or whatever, or in the Caribbean, normally the airfare is not the biggest part, yeah? It's the single biggest part, but in overall cost that the family of 4 are spending, the airfare, not the taxes, the airfare.
but it's an irritant, right?
It is, it
Yeah.
is, thanks God.
You mentioned competitiveness. Let's just talk about that a little bit more. And where do you see the competitive dimension coming in? I think we heard your message correctly. It is that the region should be worried about its competitiveness, not so much yourself, but you're concerned that the region you're marketing, you're going to your head office and say, give me more capacity. And they're going, yeah, but this is looking more appealing to the consumer. So what other regions would you say are up against the Caribbean, if you will?
Can you say that again, sorry, the last part?
What regions do you see, like from Lufthansa corporate standpoint, competing with the Caribbean and vying for the same capacity and maybe getting some of that traffic or capacity that should be coming here?
So if we look into our footprint in the Caribbean 10 years ago, what's very, very reduced. If you just have a look at what we had before the pandemic, it was one of the regions with mostly leisure travelers having the most capacity growth in the overall Lufthansa Group expansion in the last years. So we do believe the Caribbean has even more potential to bring additional capacity whenever we get aircrafts, cabin crews, cockpit crews, and ground staff, which is a whole different discussion that
Minor
we can
detail.
have. Yeah. So, but the question is always the same. So you have, in good times, you have an aircraft coming in and say, okay, well, where shall we send that aircraft? And that is something that we do not do from one day to the next one. So it's a lot of planning. We are Germans, and therefore it's a lot of planning behind, a lot of time. And we might not be the first one flying to destination, so we try to be one of the best ones out there. And therefore, there's a lot of discussions. It's not only about costs, because they do play a role, but also, again, it's back to complexity. So if you have 2 destinations with the same cost, one in the Caribbean and one somewhere else, and then one is a partner easier to do business with, where, for example, the whole topic of legal representation is easy, company registration, no need of branch opening there, and so on and so forth, then the game goes in the direction where you find a partner, and I'm speaking from a very complex legacy carrier perspective, when you find a partner that really makes everything for you to do business with them. And that is where we try to put your aircrafts.
And Adam, where are you guys seeing, from a JetBlue network standpoint, what regions compete for the same capacity, if you will, when you have it?
Probably South America and certainly the west coast of Costa Rica would be the main ones.
We've heard a lot over, I think, every panel about intra-regional connectivity. I keep hearing that, people moaning how difficult it is to get from one place to the other, and it's kind of dumbfounded because at the end of the day, people need to travel from these places. There's no other way to go but by air, and yet they're going to Miami or Panama City, right? So with that in mind, Trevor, tell us what your business model is relative to that need and how's it working?
I joined the founder and chairman of what we now call Inter-Caribbean 9 years ago yesterday. I joined him on a journey which was about a great belief he had of being able to connect the Caribbean. We were smaller then, and so some folks may have the view, how do you think you're going to do that? But you can only do that one airplane at a time, one opportunity at a time, short of funding just falling off a tree somewhere. And the reality is, in the 9 years from the very small network we had at that point, we've grown to 27 cities across the Caribbean and it's an almost entirely connective network. What that has done at one point was encouraging or one hand serving the particular needs of people. I live on this island, but my family is quite heavily on that type of traffic. We had degrees of folks who, again, I live on this island, but I do business on this island. So we had this sort of couple of layers of folks. What this allowed us to do as we created a connective network was then to begin to layer on top of it frequency. As we started to get to the point of frequency, so in fact, we began to have quite a growing number of travelers who were typically coming out of Europe and as far away as Australia and New Zealand, coming to the Caribbean, because it's a darn long way to get here from Australia. It is that they wanted to experience many different airlines.
Multi-destination.
Yes. Now, I'm reminded of a particular traveler during the COVID lockdown. Just before we got into this locking down the world, we had a gentleman from Finland who had flown in to the Dominican Republic and he wanted to get to Cuba. And we got him to Cuba. Cuba locks down. He spends 6 months in Cuba. In fact, Cuba was locked down from March the 25th until October the 17th. I know because I was on the first flight back to Cuba. And this gentleman was emailing us just about every week. And he was looking for which country was open where. He had set out on a mission now to become his own multi-destination tourist. And he obviously had time and money. He stayed in the Caribbean for the next 12 months, flying with us, communicating with us, which island can I get to, which is open now, do I need a COVID test, what do I need? And eventually he got 22 of our destinations on this journey in the pre-COVID and
He's your most
COVID
frequent
recovery.
flyer, basically, right?
Well, but I share that because it's a uniquely individual experience.
You're trying to create this opportunity for people to do that. I'd be interested in the views of the others. You guys are studying route networks all the time and maybe looking at this. We might have partners. How real is the opportunity intra-Caribbean, and how do you guys look at it? Matt, why don't you guys start?
We know for sure there are some opportunities right now because markets exist with relatively higher fares in some of the intra-region. And the issue for us is that we're just not entirely sure how large the market really is. And I apologize for saying it again, but that's the kind of risk that we're just not going to take when and we would really only be able to do it from a U.S. territory right
Puerto
now,
Rico or
right?
something.
Right. So, and the taxation is just too much based on what we think we could generate in airfare. So we're just not going to try it with the way things are structured today. That does not mean things can't be structured differently, and that does not mean that we're open to having creative conversations about this as well. But what we do at Spirit, just speaking about Spirit, is we create markets and we create travel opportunities for people who would otherwise not be able to go at all or would like to go more often. And we do that all the time. And we have to be able to make sure, though, that we know that if we're taking a risk on something that doesn't exist today that we can study and analyze, we need to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in the position to fail out of the gate. So unfortunately for us, the way things are structured today, we just really can't participate in intra.
The market might be there, but you're not in a position with the tax situation to see if that's the case
or
or
see
not.
if we can develop it with with destination marketing, or maybe the market exists and we just can't take the chance to do that.
How about
The
you
way
guys,
it's structured
Adam?
today.
Yeah, understood. Adam?
Yeah, we're in a similar position, but it would be very challenging from an operational perspective to set up sort of an intra-regional network. So I don't think we have the right types of aircraft to do that. But one of the things we do have, and I don't know that they have looked at this, is a vacations arm. A lot of airlines now have their own vacations package deals, and that would be a good question for them: is do you see any do you see demand for multi-destination travel from your clients? And we probably have to look at code shares or interlines to get people to the different destinations.
Felipe, looking at it from your standpoint, in terms of bringing people to the region, are you guys looking at models where you can cooperate with an Inter-Caribbean or whatever to create a multi-destination package, if you will?
Yeah, so the discussion is clearly about connectivity, and we've heard today, so there is connectivity within the islands. The question if it's enough. And we've heard from different panels that there is room for further connectivity. And that's something that we also see, not just only from the leisure perspective, also the business travelers is a clear need. But on the other hand, for us, operational is quite important. It's not that much, I think, I completely agree with wide-body aircrafts coming from Europe into the Caribbean. TAC flights is something that we barely do, with very few exceptions. And then the whole topic of, selling those short flights, which is not what we do. But we do need further connectivity. And I can give you a clear example that anybody in operations will agree with me. If we come into one of the islands with our product and we have an irregularity, an aircraft on ground, and we want to send those customers to the next island so they catch our other product, which is there, Edelweiss, Eurowings, Discover, whatever aircraft we have there from the holding, there's none. There's no really simple way to send 200-300 customers on the next flight, or 100 or whatever customers we need to put into another service from our own services in the next island, because simply, the connectivity is not enough. So it's not about operating itself, that is really about having the right alliances and the right corporations in order to do that. It's the same answer for non-stop flights. Yeah, there's no need to have non-stop flights everywhere. It's really about the right connectivity. It's really having the right partners that that they share your same concerns on service and safety and every single standard we do agree on.
So Trevor, are you going to the Lufthansas of the world and saying, hey, why don't we be your regional partner here to create that?
Lufthansa, we haven't had a dialogue yet. I can say with unequivocally, we work side by side with British Airways. We see a lot of that. We've just recently signed an agreement with another airline that has significant presence in the Caribbean. They're particularly interested in working with us because they have a vision of driving more traffic into the Caribbean, but recognize I can't be in every spot, but can we connect with you?
Come to the
make
gateways and you take
this,
them from there.
To speak with both Spirit and JetBlue today, I have a daily report that shows every connecting passenger, our flights to our flights to someone else. When it's ticketed on a third-party airline, which tickets both JetBlue and also tickets Spirit, then we can see, oh, this person is apparently coming in over here, taking us across somewhere, and then taking that same airline to go back to where they come from, because both have the ability to come and go into different points, and we become the glue in the middle. So some of this is where we can see it. Some of it is where neither of us can see it because people self-interline. So we have no clarity over persons doing that on their own, but it does exist. And we could probably encourage further the opportunity with let's say the rebirthing of the CTO, and a particular point I think made by Dr. Leon this afternoon in creating virtual experiences. It's probably a really good time to think about creating a Caribbean experience in some of the prime destinations, a London, a Paris, a Germany, points perhaps in the US, and create a virtual walk-in center where we can begin to promote any one of these countries to create that experience that you can decide one or two experiences, and then any one of the network of carriers to bring you to and through the region.
We've talked about taxation quite a bit. Let's talk about this collaborative decision-making or multi-stakeholder collaboration. I hear a lot of talk about that. I hear, that things work better when that happens. What is your experience in the Caribbean around that? And let's start with you guys, Adam. Do you get consulted on not just taxation, but other procedural, regulatory, whatever changes that will impact your business?
Yeah, we'd work a lot through the local agencies, the local trade associations on that. But we, in a particular example, had a great experience in St. Lucia working on a new approach procedure. We needed that for our aircraft, and the government was very, very helpful for that. It's something we were able to leave as a legacy. All airlines are using it now. But when it happens, it can really work really well.
What would be your message to the governments or the other stakeholders, whether airports, ANSPs, or whatever, in terms of what you'd like to see more of that way?
I think just more dialogue, more communication amongst all of us.
How about you, Matt?
I would concur with Adam. I think knowing what's coming, so we can have discussions about why. And I think Felipe said it earlier. It's not so much that we're against infrastructure spend and understanding what is being passed on and understanding what services are being provided for those charges, I think is key. One thing that was difficult for everybody, and it was hard. I'm sure for many people in this room, it was incredibly difficult during COVID to really understand what's happening, and then how do we protect through health safety, which is incredibly important and the number one priority for everybody. Just so everyone's aware in the room, I'm sure you've heard it today, and you've heard it, I'm sure, in the past. It was very complicated for the passenger coming out of the U.S. to understand. We could barely understand in the U.S. what was going on in the U.S., let alone understand what was happening in each individual country. So just hopefully we don't see something like this again, where we have some kind of, I think someone said earlier today, we've had 10 Black Swan events in the last 10 years. If there's a way to have something that's a little bit thinking now for the future, and maybe you're already doing that through working sessions, but having a plan for something catastrophic like that again. So maybe it's a little bit more regional based. I think that would be helpful just for restarts. And it would have possibly even been helpful in the way that everyone addressed COVID. I recognize I don't understand the politics of each individual country, and I'm not here to suggest I do know. I can just tell you from our perspective and what we heard from our customers is they didn't know what to do, so they went to Florida. I'm just just so you're all aware. And we fly a lot to Florida, so from my perspective, that was fine. But that really, they wanted to go places that were warm and outside, and places in the Caribbean, or like Cancun. You can call Cancun what you want, but Cancun stayed open and made it very seamless to come in and out of Cancun. And Cancun saw a lot of growth during that time frame. So I recognize it's a complex topic, but just so you're aware, if you haven't heard it already, customers in the US were confused, and then it was hard for us to stay on top of everything. And we're updating web pages and we're updating websites. But some countries would be open and closed, and
it's the hassle factor.
This test, that test, and then the concern about what if I get stuck. So it was something that we haven't seen in 100 years, and hopefully we won't see it again ever, but just for future planning purposes.
And Felipe, someone suggested, and when I brought up this topic of multi-stakeholder cooperation, that in Europe it's happening better, maybe in part because there are real stringent limits on capacity, whether air traffic control, and they don't let the flight get dispatched before ATC knows that they can route it without delay, et cetera. Do you see that as a better situation here, or what lessons do you think can be brought into how the stakeholders cooperate here?
Yep. So we see a big development in the Caribbean region. I mean, yesterday, Annalene was giving us, a very interesting, explanation on all the things that we were going through in the region, and how IATA is helping us to understand some of the local regulations. And I think, for us, what is important, because it also happens in Europe, and it's no difference in any part of the world, is we are a global industry. So we need global solutions. Whatever works in one island, it will be fantastic if it works in the next one. we do respect, we do honor, we do understand sovereign decisions by countries, absolutely, because we do also our own. It's really about, finding those resolutions. And I think we went through the pandemic with a very clear example. I mean, the complexity around health measures, and migratory issues, and so on, was really, making, operations extremely complex. And when you see that there is a certain streamline in processes, when you can adhere to already international standards which were accepted by, many countries, I think it makes, again, the game very, very easy. So everything that has to do with accepting and global processes and global standards, which are already proven to be best practices, and try to reduce the national component in regulations would help a lot. It helps a lot, and we see it already happening with so many countries adhering to so many international standards set by IATA or ICAO, for example. So it's working.
So just make it easier to do business.
Again, it goes back to the same thing. Get the basics right, be less complex, be simple, and you do not need to compromise with any safety issues. It's really about, making business, making your partner somebody you would love to do business with, and keep doing business in a sustainable way.
So when you, Trevor, have gone about establishing your bases outside of Turks and Caicos, right? I mean, you've built an interesting model that's not just dependent on your country, right? What's been the response from the governments to you doing that? And have you sort of adopted this multi-stakeholder approach to get the partners on side, whether it's the airports or others that will be affected by this?
We've been able to grow our business by a consultative fashion. Yes, some of it's tied to, hey, we really need airlift. Some of it's tied to the fact that it ties well into our network. So it's not about just traffic between any two city pairs, but how does that traffic connect with other city pairs that we don't rely on a plane load from A to B. It's always about A to maybe C, D, E, F in terms of connectivity. What that enables us is to create frequency. So we have some cities where the demand might be dampened, but it's a perfect on-way point for the next city. But it gives us the ability to aggregate the number of people that makes the flying commercially sensible in order to do so. So we just had a short conversation with one of the countries present here who hadn't realized just how many flights that we've now injected into their market. And it doesn't mean everyone needs to know our schedule, but a little bit of a surprise how we've grown the frequency over time. So we've, I would say, almost without reservation, find a warm welcome from all governments, stakeholders, as we come, we meet, we introduce who we are, what our mission is, here's what we're looking at. Is there any pushback for any of these things, and work extensively side by side with all of the stakeholders from the airport, various ministries within governments. And COVID times was making things a little bit difficult for some operations, where, to follow a little bit what was being said here, that I'll give you an example again without names, but we had one airport where it is that there was a high degree of connective traffic that would also come off other airlines in order to make that particular connection. That same airplane would continue picking up customers and then eventually go to a third city where it would overnight. The first city had decided somewhat arbitrarily to impose a curfew on, if you haven't landed by this time, well, tough luck, the airport's closing. We had the onward city equally had a curfew, albeit a little bit later. Now, ultimately, what we said to this first city is, well, great, we'll see you when you open it later, because physically those passengers who are going to come off another airplane simply are not going to be there in a time that we can depart in order to actually right before the self-imposed curfew. He said, you're welcome, of course, always to do what you feel is appropriate, but, you didn't talk with us, you just decided, and we were going to be the last player in the evening in that particular market before carrying on. But sometimes you have to take a position in order to achieve a result. But COVID taught us a lot of things, from sometimes people's lack of patience to it is what it is and take it or leave it. So sometimes we have to say, well, we'll leave it. Then
I must admit, I mean, I work the industry, but I wasn't that familiar with the airline, if familiar at all. I'd be interested in you guys as airline executives, how familiar you were with Inter-Caribbean before coming to this panel.
I had heard of you before, but now I know a lot more. So thank you, Trevor.
How about you guys?
Today we learned a lot more about you guys than any other session before.
I too had heard of them, but I did some internet searching to check them out.
This panel is brought to you by Inter-Caribbean Airlines, right? No, I mean, it's a bit perplexing, I guess. You hear about the complaints about the connectivity within the region, and yet this is what you guys are doing, and it's sort of an unknown story, right? So maybe you need to get out and tell your story more, and maybe more loudly. It sounds like you're getting a warm reception. It sounds like it's required, and it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, but the more that builds, the more it's going to help guys like you to be able to build your traffic. Is it going to create flow into gateways you want to serve? Or to your point, when people get stranded and need to get to the next place, right? So, well, we're coming on. Sorry, Trevor, do you want to add something?
Well, I just wanted to add to that, of course, when you live and work within our region and you need to move around within our region, you have reasonable knowledge of who we are. If you're one of these folks who lived under a rock and you don't go anywhere, maybe there's a chance you've never heard of us either. But we've enjoyed load factors.
And I didn't mean it in a disparaging way. I'm thinking more about people outside the region who might be worried about connectivity, knowing that there's options to get around. And not that you're the only one, right?
But
you're-
actually, that's where we concentrate a lot, and people find us from across the world. We have
especially in
a
Finland.
high internet traffic volume when we map this out.
Really?
You look at this.
Yeah.
So we use statistical data looking at this. So we have a solid idea of which postal code people are coming in out of the UK, zip codes out of the
Well,
US.
if I could add something to that, and by no means is that intended to be disparaging. I think this is a microcosm of this whole conversation of what I heard, why I'm agitated. What I heard all day today is I'm so far out of the conversation because I know it's to date completely fiction. And I don't know about the competition in the area because nothing tells me I should care about it because I know I can't serve it. And nothing is happening really to promote me to serve it. So I'm just trying to grow US into here. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to reiterate everything I said earlier. I know I can be a loudmouth at times. I apologize if I offended anybody, but I really want you to hear from me, Spirit Airlines, directly what the issues are and the opportunities. This part of the world is beautiful and I want to share it with more people. And if you let me do that, I will do it. I don't know how else to say it.
That's great. Well, maybe we shouldn't tell your story too loudly, otherwise you're going to get some copycat airlines coming in here, Trevor, with a similar model. Well, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. So let's pause and see what questions there might be in the audience for our great panel here. Who has a question or two? Is there one there? Over here.
Thank you, and I apologize following Matthew's comment about an agitator. I don't mean to be an agitator. I just want to transfer a comment, a question from a passenger perspective. He says, is the airline charging me for the bag, the checked bag, the whole bag, because of the government are increasing the taxes? And of course, it's difficult for me to answer that, but as a passenger, imagine that situation. And mostly because of the system of certain airlines. It's announced in the website that you can pay $50 for the second piece, but it's difficult for you to complete the transaction when you insert a credit card. So you are penalized to present the second bag at the airport with $65. $15 penalizing the rate of the advertising on the website. That's something that probably we have to control. That's something very important, just to do a follow-up with the commercial side, financial side. All the technology, as he was mentioning before, has to be in place in order to provide the good service to that passenger. Not only in this region, truly, it happens in everywhere. But I transferred that question for you guys just to take care. Thank you.
Anybody want to comment on that?
Well, it happens that Into Caribbean sells you a second bag for $50 or 65 at the airport. We get a lot of people who like to make that saving. So I suppose we run into merchant connection problems based on the notices we see with some frequency. But it is, we're upfront. We give you a free first bag. It don't matter who you are, and didn't have to be a Y-class fare. We charge you or give you the opportunity for a second bag. We do have size limitations of our aircraft, so we have to be a little careful in how many additional bags we can pre-sell, but it's a system that works.
I could say as the father of a hockey goaltender, please don't charge us you guys as much as you do for a fourth bag, because I've been there and that's another airfare. Other questions? Well, I think we're drawing to the end. We have had a very good enlightening discussion. Thank you, gentlemen, for your inputs today. And I'd like everyone to join me in thanking our panelists, please.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a very interesting discussion. Mr. Serta and Minister Bryan, you know the drill. There you go.
Michael, don't go anywhere.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, everyone, we're now going to take a 30-minute break. Last call for getting your business cards in at the registration desk because we're going to be doing the raffle in a short bit. Again, last time for you to get your business cards into the registration box for the raffles that are coming up. Thank you. Please be back by 3:40. Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next up, can I have everyone's attention, please? Next up, we have the highly anticipated ministerial roundtable on how to maximize the social and economic value of aviation in the Caribbean region. Now, to set the scene for the panel, I would like to ask to direct your attention to the screen for a special message from Julia Simpson, who's the president and CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council.
I'm really pleased to address you for Caribbean Aviation Day, hosted by the Government of the Cayman Islands, the Caribbean Tourism Organization, and IATA. I really apologize that I can't be with you in person, but I wish you a really constructive set of conversations. Air connectivity is a crucial part of the travel and tourism sector, and this could not be clearer in a region like the Caribbean. WTTC research shows that the Caribbean region is more reliant on international visitor spending than any other region in the world. Before COVID-19, travel and tourism's contribution to GDP in the Caribbean grew for 8 consecutive years. In 2019, it represented 14% of the total economy, and it was worth $61.5 billion US. We must always remember it's also responsible for 15% of all jobs, higher than the global figure of just over 1 in 10 jobs. So over the next 10 years, we've been looking at the region, and we predict that the Caribbean could achieve a growth rate of 6.7% each year. That's far outstripping global GDP. This would make the sector worth almost $100 billion by 2032 and bring 1.3 million new jobs to these beautiful islands. These are just statistics, but they show real progress and optimism for the future. But there are also some real challenges we need to overcome first in order to reach these goals. Some key aviation-specific recommendations from our latest report on the Caribbean include improving air connectivity, reducing the prohibitive costs of air travel, limiting climate change, and reversing biodiversity loss. These are all things I'm sure many of you know already, but I would like to highlight some recommendations from this report. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Caribbean was a leader in introducing online digital portals to capture contact tracing information. I remember sitting in the UK and talking to friends, and they were all saying how brilliantly the Caribbean led this. And a good example comes from the host today, the Cayman Islands. The Travel Cayman digital portal had been expanded so travelers can submit their digital vaccine certificates before their trip. This significantly reduces queues at airports and removes the burden of the need for travelers to worry about showing paper copies and creating big queues at airports. To enhance air connectivity, governments really need to look at upgrading their infrastructure to make it fit for modern travel. And of course, as we always say in the private sector, lower taxes creates more business and brings more investment. We know that this stimulates customer demand while making it more commercially viable for the airlines to operate. A good example is the government in Antigua and Barbuda, which announced a 50% reduction in taxes on airline tickets for travel within several of the Caribbean community countries. More countries need to follow in these footsteps. In fact, by the Caribbean adopting some common policies, it will make the whole of the region much more powerful. On that very point, I believe it's actually the right time now for a regional airline. I know it's been discussed for many, many years, but the Caribbean needs to act as an entity to build capacity that benefit everyone. Demand is there, and I believe investors are there too. These are just two of the many great solutions in the region. As you have your discussions today, I invite you to look at addressing the issues of connectivity to and within the Caribbean and how to finance much needed upgrades to the airports. And let's remember, the prize is livelihoods, real jobs for over 3.8 million people, and a travel and tourism sector in the Caribbean that would be worth almost $100 billion over the next 10 years. That's the prize. I wish you all the very best in your discussions today.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to invite IATA's Mr. Peter Serta, there he is, to the stage, who will moderate the discussion with the following government participants: the Honorable Chris Saunders, Deputy Premier and Minister for Finance and Economic Development and Border Control and Labor here in the Cayman Islands; the Honorable Chester Cooper, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation, Ministry of Tourism, Investments and Aviation of the Bahamas; the Honorable Denise Charles, Minister of Tourism, International Transport and Maritime Initiatives for Dominica; the Honorable Anthony Mailer, Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, Belize Tourism Board; and the Honorable Jacqueline Mora, Minister of Tourism for the Dominican Republic. Mr. Serta, the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I guess I was selected to start the event and end the event today. One thing I'm going to do today in this afternoon, you all seem very well tamed, very well behaved. We just cannot end it that way. Caribbeans are known as very engaged, active, passionate. We certainly have a very passionate and expertise group of folks up here, a very big diversity. And when we talk about Caribbean, we really have the entire Caribbean, from the eastern to the western to the northern. So I think we'll be able to have a very good discussion in terms of what success looks to them, what their challenges are, and how good the airline community is to them. So it puts me in a difficult situation. I have to moderate, so I have to behave. So I won't be able to be so challenging. I hope you'll challenge. So we're going to start off right off the back. We're coming out of COVID. It's been a challenging 2.5 years. You look at each other here, and I'm going to ask two questions. The first one is, how competitive is your country at this stage, post-COVID, let's call it that way? And do you see each other as a friend or as a foe? And I want you to be honest. We're all in the Caribbean, but we're all competing. And then my second question is, how good are the airlines to you? Are they part of your team? Are they providing you enough connectivity, lift that you need, or do you need more from them? They were very, I think, somewhat passive in the last group. So the advantage you have here now is you could go after them. So are you friends, foes, as countries competing, and particularly in travel and tourism? And is the industry, the air travel industry, the airlines providing enough lift to meet your needs? Well, let me start with the ladies. We'll start off with the Vice Minister from Dominican Republic.
Excuse me. Now, good afternoon. And first, thanks to the Cayman Island government and everybody. I have a great experience during these 2 days. I'm sorry I have to leave tomorrow. And I want to thank you, IATA, also for the invitation. First of all, I think Caribbean is a brand. And we are part of that brand. And that is very important, to be a brand. It's not the same when I was talking this morning, I said, you don't go to Paris, maybe you go to Paris, but you go to Europe. So I want people everywhere in the world coming to the Caribbean, and that's the first step. The second one is going to Dominican Republic, it's going to Bahamas, it's going to Belize. It's a brand, and that's the way we in Dominican Republic see the region. And the second question you are saying, for us, aviation and airlines are the circulatory system of this body that is called tourism. Okay? It is not the main organ, but without it, everything stops. So they are our partners. They are, we fight with them because that's part of a partnership. Okay? And we sit down with them to put things in the same page. We regulate them, okay? But at the end, we are a partner, and in Dominican Republic, it is a very important partner. And in the last 2 years, that partnership and that importance has grown.
So for you, the relationship, the partnership with the airlines is a bit like a telenovela.
Yeah, you would like telenovela in the Caribbean.
So you love, you hate, and then you love again.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just said it's always best making up. Very good. Let's switch over to Minister Charles. From your perspective,
The Caribbean is made up of beautiful destinations, and each of us are unique in our very own way. So for me, we do not need to compete because we all have unique products and services that we can package to create a variety of experiences for all guests. For example, in Cayman, you have the beautiful beaches. In Dominica, you have 365 rivers, waterfalls. So if you are a traveler that's interested in nature, you can say, let's go to Dominica. If you want to go on the beach and have a day of tanning, you can say, go to Cayman, go to Antigua. So by packaging our products in a way that creates multiple experiences for guests coming to our destinations, we do not need to compete. And obviously, there's always room for increased airlift to our destination, especially in the region. For Dominica, during the COVID period, we managed to establish same-day connections to our island. As you know, we are also in the process of constructing our international airport. But in the meantime, we were very happy to receive non-stop service from Miami, which has made a tremendous difference in the number of visitors from the US market coming to Dominica, and you can already feel the impact in the economy. So I would say that I would definitely love increase air lift to Dominica, and that's why I'm talking to my friend Chris Saunders, who has an airline, to see how he can help me to get more visitors to Dominica and how as a region we can become stronger, because I believe that we are one of the safest regions in the world and people love to come to the Caribbean.
so I think and you just mentioned a new airport coming online in 2 years?
3 years.
3 years. So you're going to have a lot of work on your hands because you're going to have to fill that airport. Do you see the potential?
Oh yes, especially for travel and trade. As I said, just with the non-sub service from the US, from Miami, we have seen our arrivals double in that source market. So imagine if we get a direct flight from London, it will make a tremendous difference for our destination. And we have already started the work. We have already started clearing of land. And as you said, the infrastructure is important to ensure that the customer experience is seamless. When they cut to the airport, they can pre-clear when they land and just move through our airport seamlessly. And so that is the whole point of improving our infrastructure, to make the experience better for the customer when they come to Dominica, and they can just simply go to enjoy what we have to offer on the island.
Deputy Premier Sanders. She just sounded beautiful in what she was saying. Are you worried when she has her new airport, she's going to try and take tourism away from you?
Absolutely not. The thing about it is, here in the Cayman Islands, we have over 160 different nationalities living and working. So if there's anything, we have found the formula to work with everyone from just about everywhere. I don't see the Caribbean as, or the other Cayman Islands as competition, because at the end of the day, what we have learned over time is that you can get more from cooperating as opposed to competing. First and foremost, our objective is to get people to the Caribbean first. And we figure that once they have seen one Caribbean island and say, you know what, let's go try another different Caribbean island, the experience is various. And I think that is really where the catch is. So I don't mind. I mean, we were speaking to Honorable Chester Cooper earlier, and we said to him, there's an opportunity in a particular market. We're not able to exploit it now, but you know what? You go and exploit it. You go and try to make something from it. And hopefully by the time they're tired of Bahamas, they're like, let's go try a different island, and maybe they try Cayman and come someplace else. But get them in the Caribbean, get them fall in love with the Caribbean, and then they have many different islands to choose from once you get them here.
Deputy Prime Minister, are you feeling the same love?
We love each other. This is one Caribbean. But hell yeah, we compete. When I go out, I sell the Bahamas first. I sell the Caribbean as a region. But the reality is that we have a mission from our people who elected us to make our specific product better and improve that product experience. Yes, we collaborate. Yes, we have the CTO now headed by Brother Kenneth, and we're going to be singing Kumbaya every meeting we go. But competition makes us better. There are things on which we collaborate on, but there are things that we compete on. As a region, I believe we are doing exceptionally well in terms of our competition, but also our collaboration, and there's opportunity for even more.
But what you mentioned, I think is very important because you talk about heavy competition, being tough, but you talk about your market, but right after that, you're talking about the Caribbean. So that's a win-win for everyone. You have to defend your individual market, your individual country. You all have a responsibility. But what's a common theme, which I think is a very strong message, is not only are you thinking about where you're from a country's state perspective, but from a regional perspective. And I think that is a competitive advantage that not many places around the world you can say. You look at South America, Brazil's not saying, I'm looking out for Brazil and then South America. I'm looking out for Brazil, and then Brazil. The same thing for Portugal. So I think that's something we need to begin to build on as a society, particularly in this part of the world, as we try to become more competitive. So thank you very much for that. You're in a totally different perspective. Part of the Caribbean, the Minister of Tourism in Belize, Minister, but you're in Central America. Where are you? Are you Central American? Are you Caribbean? Are you Latin? Are you English? Are you just a pirate kind of just navigating around?
Baymans, not pirates. Don't be careful. Baymans. That's what we call them in Belize. But firstly, I'd like to commend Minister Bryan and his team for a wonderful, warm hospitality that they've shown over the last few days. It's indicative of the entire Caribbean. And so, job well done. I look forward to working with you in CTO in the coming years. And so we have a lot of work to do in these very difficult times, and we'll work together. You're right, Belize is in a very, very unique position. We see ourselves as the bridge between Central America, Latin America to some extent, and the Caribbean. We speak English, we speak Spanish. 50% of our population is now Latin. That has changed over the last 20 or 30 years. So, but we believe that gives us an opportunity to learn from the Caribbean, learn from Central America and Latin America, and that gives us access to two wonderful markets as well. And so with our diversity as a nation, in terms of having the second largest barrier reef, 3 of the 4 atolls in the Caribbean, a lot of rivers, mountains, and a diverse people, within an hour and a half from Miami, that gives us a strong position to do great things in tourism. Now you asked, the second question is, how do you see the airlines? They are our partners. For us in Belize, airlines are the lifeblood to the overnight sector and for trade. But we can always do with more connectivity. We don't have a direct flight from Europe. We don't have a direct flight from South America. We're working frenetically to improve connectivity to Central America, talking to major Mexican carriers as well. And so I think the future is bright for us. And we see our Caribbean brothers and sisters, our partners as well. So yes, we compete, but there are partners that we can learn from.
Have you met that individual right there? I think that's an opportunity there.
Yes.
Not much, we're getting to know him pretty well. So I think we talk about Miami, we talk about Europe, we talk about Central America, South America. We should look at a link east to way west.
We've also been talking from Cayman to Belize.
Okay.
I think we have some natural affinity there.
And again, I think when the minister was talking about the beauty, the different geography, the cultural, from one island to another is very different. And that is a value proposition that many other countries around the world don't have. And as we become more diverse and the traveling public is looking for more, the adventures certainly in these different markets that we need to take advantage. COVID has hit the industry, travel and tourism, our national economy is very hard. Lars, if you could put the connectivity slide up, I want to share a slide with you about recovery, how we recover. And there we go, if you can see that. You can see it on the board. It's about international connectivity to the region and intra-Caribbean connectivity. And as you can see, where we were before the pandemic and where we are today, one thing that we are still working on, I think collectively, is how we recover that lost connectivity. And how do we regain trust or encouragement of the traveling public to come back? And you see the numbers are quite significant, both intra-regional and international. What do we need to do better as government and industry? One, to bring back that connectivity, which is very essential. And what's the opportunities moving forward? Because we do have some success stories. But let me start with you in the sense of the connectivity you have lost that you're working on regaining. Yes. And then how do we move forward? Because I'll say from my perspective, I've always said we should not settle on returning to what we were in 2019. That's right. This region has potential. We need to be thinking much more proactively. So just being satisfied with 2019 is just not enough. However, we do need to start with a base and recover what we have not regained. Your perspective.
From a connectivity standpoint, we're almost where we were 2019. Actually, we got 2 new airlines last year, Alaska Air and Frontier, to come to Belize from 3 cities in the United States. Our approach is to ensure that we always put our best foot forward. We have an airline development committee that works with us, made up of public-private sector in terms of our partnership. We have people from the airport there as well. And so we have been knocking on doors in Canada, Europe, the United States, Mexico, and other parts of Central America for us to build connectivity to where we believe we can get. I have a blackboard in my office, and in 2019, we got just over 500,000 overnight visitors and about 1.2 million crews. And my number is 600, our numbers are 600, 700, 800, 900, and 1 million in terms of overnight arrivals. Where in terms of landmass, we're twice the size of Jamaica. And so we have that absorptive capacity to attract more people in a sustainable manner, which is at our core. But we believe that if we go and put our best presentations forward to the airlines, that we can build connectivity. We're doing so, like I said, in Europe, Mexico, and North America and Central America, and we're looking at the Caribbean as well.
Deputy Premier, from your perspective, how do you see great news coming that you soon be connecting the west coast of the US to Cayman, actually almost becoming a mini hub in the sense of the distribution to other parts of the Caribbean, so congratulations on that. But how do you see reconnecting again?
I'm actually going to put on my Minister of Finance hat, and I'm looking in this room and I'm wondering, should I give the political answer or the correct answer? So I'm going to
There are no votes here today, so.
I know, no.
So please feel free.
Actually, I see a few of my constituents around here. But here's the reality. Those connectivity is going to be subject to a lot of factors outside of the Caribbean. And give an example, and this is one of the things that COVID brought exposed within the airline industry. When 2020 hit and the airline industries had to go out to get funding, it basically forced them to reveal a lot of their financial information. So you take American Airlines, for example, publicly traded company. So what I'm saying isn't any secret, or United or Delta. Their market capitalization was $10 billion, but their frequent flyer program was actually valued at over around $25 billion. So in short, their frequent flyer program had actually worth more than the airline itself. And again, looking at American, not that I'm picking on them, but just looking back at numbers, I can remember. American Airlines was losing almost, I think, half a cent on every seat. And I think around 2019, their pre-tax profit was around 1.9 billion. But their loyalty program actually generated over $4 billion in profit. Now, when you look at about 115 million frequent flyers, and you recognize now that the traditional US carriers are actually losing money from airline seats, but making that money back on their loyalty program to some extent, then it begs the question is, where does the true transport comes from? Because you're not making money on transportation, you're making money on something else. So as we look now, as we in the Caribbean become independent on American carriers, we realize then that unless they can make money more from their loyalty program, because they're not going to make it on the seats, then the question is, how do we then increase our airlift? So I can tell you, we made the decision to go to LAX, simply the fact that if we didn't do it, we can't rely on someone else to do it. And that's one of the things about having your own airline and give you some flexibility. And the issue of the Cayman Islands has always been this, where we were known as the islands that time forgot. And when the people weren't coming to us, we built our boats and went to the people. And I think this is the same thing with us, with our own airline now, whereas if the business can't come to us because it still has to be commercially viable, then we need to find a way to bring the business to us. And I can tell you, and the minister can tell you, the last time he took me to a Cayman Airways board meeting with him, I told him point blank, one of my parting words is that we need the Far East, we need more European flights. And if it can't be achieved by the foreign carriers, I said to my guys, go look for a 777 and we will go and get them and bring them here. So that is the approach that we need to take within the Caribbean, because at the end of the day, when you look at American Airlines loyalty program with 150 million customers, and you look at the population within the Caribbean, we do not have the economies of scale to dictate to the larger carriers that we depend on to bring people here. So unless we are prepared to come together, work together, and build something together and bring the business here, it's not going to happen, because at the end of the day, we're all fighting for the same share of wallet. So that's the reality. So we need to find a way to either cooperate more to bring the people here, because at the end of the day, we can't depend on anybody else but ourselves. And that, I can tell you, is the honest answer.
And some of the points you are making, we are going to discuss in a little bit more detail in a few minutes, because they are very important in terms of how we attract new entrants, new customers, new types of airlines, which I think is very important to diversify. From your perspective, how do you see it?
I'm going to divide this into. From a regional perspective, I think we need to support the growth and expansion of existing airlines. I'm not sure if we need more airlines in the region, but at least to help those that are there, that are servicing the region to expand, so we can increase their capacity to transport more people around our region for tourism and trade. And from the international perspective, I think we've discussed this a lot this morning. We have to remain competitive as a destination, and we will definitely have to review our taxation, our tax mechanisms. And it may have to be that instead of considering direct taxes, as has been discussed, that value added consumption tax, because somebody might consider it costly to purchase a ticket for a family of 4 traveling to the Caribbean region and say it's going to cost you $2,000. And if the ticket for 4 people is $1,200, and that person has $800, they will still spend that money in the destination, but doing the things they want to do. So it's giving people the power to use their money anyways, and then we can get it at the back end. So we have to look at mechanisms to still ensure that we collect the revenue needed to support enhancing our infrastructure and social services, but ensuring that that the customer has the freedom to use their money how they feel like when they come to the destination. And so that's what I think.
Deputy Prime Minister, in your sense, Bahamas, pretty good recovery. Are you back to 2019 numbers or just?
Very, very close to 2019 numbers. We have unique challenges, unique opportunities. We are 100,000 square miles. We have 28 airports. We promote 16 island destinations for tourism. We've been fortunate to have great partnerships with all of the major airlines, direct airlift, USA, Canada, UK, Panama. And our unique challenge is we need more rooms. So the airlines have been good to us. We have our very own Bahamas Air. We connect those 28 airports in the Bahamas at significant subventions from the government to the airline. But we have created, and there is a model here that we can use for the Caribbean region. But Bahamas Air has now gone to Raleigh, North Carolina to bring a direct flight to Nassau because to Grand Bahama, because we needed to do it quickly. And we had Bahamas Air in our arsenal. We had a marketplace. We had a hotel that wanted that airlift, and we can make it happen quickly. So we'll develop that market, and maybe others will follow, and then we will go somewhere else.
Do you see yourself expanding? You just named a number of airports you have. Do you see yourself expanding more international airports throughout the islands if the opportunities arise with the right hotels? And do you see it growing in your country?
Absolutely. I think we have unique opportunities, and we will continue to expand international routes with our local airline. It's our imperative. We look at the economic benefit as a result of doing so. Listen, we spend from the public purse $20 million a year to subsidize Bahamas Air. But we look at it now as strategic economic benefit. So maybe we will go next to Cincinnati. We will create a market there for Exuma, one of our key island destinations, and then no doubt others will follow, and then we will move somewhere else. I think we talked about this strategy earlier with Deputy Premier Saunders from Cayman. So there is the uniqueness of having our own airline, and maybe there's an opportunity with Bahamas Air and Cayman Airways and Caribbean Airlines too, and Inter-Caribbean to do something jointly to learn from the connectivity challenges that we have and see it as an opportunity.
And absolutely. And we need to remember that the Caribbean is at 81% of pre-COVID numbers, some of the highest in the world. So the region is doing what it needs to do to reconnect and to get back to where we are and improve. Now that we have a winner, we have a solid winner, and I think it's a great representation of what's happening in the Caribbean and on a global stage, the Dominican Republic. I was just recently in Chile, and Chile's tourism goal for international tourism this year was 2 million people. One of the major economies in Latin America. But because of the rigidness of the government protocols, they're still in quarantine procedures. They're in about $700,000. They will not, passengers. They will most likely not make their goal this year. But in 1 month, where Chile is 9 months down the line, the Dominican Republic had 760,000 passengers in 1 month, record. What did you do that made it so successful, that attracted so many people to your country in a period of time where travel is still a challenge?
Well, I think being one of the first countries to open was critical because we start being in the eyes of most of the other countries, okay? So we opened early, but we closed inside. So we had a tremendous great numbers in the COVID, with the COVID inside the Dominican Republic. And that made us a very safety destination in the COVID. There we started receiving a lot of travels in the last quarter of 2021. We were above numbers of pre-COVID in arrivals. Then we have Omicron, then we have the war. We lost around 250,000 up today because of the Russian and Ukraine war. And still, in October, we were 16% over pre-COVID numbers. In the first 8 months, we've been 8% from pre-COVID numbers, above pre-COVID numbers. And we have started the, not the recuperation, we are above the recuperation phase and we are on the expansion phase. What did we do? We worked together with international allies. We worked first with the World Tourism Organization, um, with the World Health Organization, and we put together a comprehensive plan. We sat everybody in the table. We sat external uh, airlines, airports, government, health sector, everybody, and we put together a plan and we started to apply that plan as a religion. Okay, we didn't go out of the plan. We had flexibility, but something very important. I think the most important thing is the destination. Without the destination, we don't have demand. Without demand, we don't have flights. So, as you said, it's very important to have a strong destination. And we work in the destination, communicating the destination, diversifying countries, segments, routes. We have not all the routes that we had pre-COVID, but we have more routes, new routes, and some of the routes have been intensified, like Madrid, for example. We received in Santo Domingo 7 flights per week. Now we have 13 flights per week from Madrid. So we work in certainly cities. We start to invest in technology, a lot of technology. We start to measure. Data was incredibly important. Today, when I woke up, I saw what happened yesterday in my country with the visitors, and I have to send a report about what I think was right, what I think is it's a risk today. So we use data for everything we did. But something very important about the destination is today, for example, we have 160,000 rooms. So I can have today 14 million people, 14 million visitors in Dominican Republic. I have 7 million in 1 year. And we have a good destination, a diversified destination. I have enough rooms. I can receive like 30% more, 40% month in the next eight months, and I am okay. But also, we define what were the critical routes. And together with the receiving airport, the issuing airport, we made a plan with airport in UK, with airport in the United States, with airport in Canada as soon as they open, and the airport in Santo Domingo. And then we put together some strategy, and we went to the airlines and said, okay, let's divide the risk. So we share risk. In this kind of situation, everybody needs to share the risk. And I think that was also critical. Sharing the risks, putting money on the table with critical routes, and also strengthening the destination to make this number that you are seeing today. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of risk taken. But I think maybe everything aligned to have the numbers we have today.
Just to add to the discussion, we're pounding the pavement, knocking on doors to build capacity. But in many of the discussions that we've had with airlines, they have their own issues, internal issues, operational issues, not enough airplanes, not enough pilots, not enough support staff, and the cost of fuel. So these are also issues or factors that affect and will continue to affect the improvement in connectivity. I think up until maybe late next year or early 2024.
And that's an important factor. I think for the entire travel and tourism value chain, we're seeing the impact of COVID. Unfortunately, the industry, well, it's been devastated to a certain point in terms of manpower, from hotel receptionists to mechanics and pilots and flight attendants. It is a very challenging time. The industry is struggling in North America, the Caribbean, Europe, and that is a challenge that we face as an industry. And it will be an issue that we have to discuss collectively. How do we ensure that we make our industry attractive again, to be able to contract enough personnel, enough staff to support not only our recovery, but our future growth, which is what we're looking at. One of the aspects you talked about, and we talked about in breakfast this morning, of how important it was, the leadership within governments during COVID and post, in working with the ministries of health in this case, that don't really understand our industry as well. And they had a major decision in how you open borders and so on. From a government standpoint, and we'll just go very quickly, it could be a quick answer. Have there been lessons learned on how important it is to work within the different ministries and making sure that we have alignment in what's good for society's health, in this case, protection, but also for economic stability and recovery? Because that's a difficult situation, particularly when we're talking about health, where the government is trying to protect its citizens, but in our region where we're so heavily dependent on travel and tourism, when do you decide we go, we open, we trust the protocols, the system, that it is in place? Because COVID will not be the last pandemic that we face. Experts are saying that we will continuously see this. Are we ready for the next pandemic from a Caribbean standpoint in terms of how we face, and some of the decisions that were very challenging, we're able to act quicker so we can open quicker? We'll just go quickly down the line.
Well, after over 2 years, I think we're smart enough to figure out what we need to do when the next pandemic comes about. I was in a meeting in Panama last year, and a bunch of ministers of tourism were there, and they referred to the Minister of Health in their own respective countries during the height of the pandemic as the enemy, right? So in cabinet, I had a few encounters with the then Minister of Health, because I think there was enough data already available all across the world to state that this sustained lockdown does not prevent COVID from spreading. And you have curfew from 9 till 6 o'clock in the morning, and then like COVID doesn't spread during the day, right? No, we have to listen to the science, obviously, but I think, like I said, we have enough smart people around this world that could help us prepare for the next pandemic. And that's what we learned. If we had listened to the doctors in Belize, we would have still been locked down at the end of August. We totally reopened in March.
Would you agree with the statement made?
I think there had to have been collaboration between health and tourism, and the fights between myself and the Minister of Health was healthy, if you will. And I typically said to him, look, we have 65% of our jobs coming from tourism. We can die from COVID, or we can die from starvation. So take your pick. Suffice to say, I think we're better as a result of having gone through the pandemic. We understand crisis management better. It's made everyone collaborate. We've had to work together. We've had to be strong. And we've had now an opportunity to build a blueprint for future crises that we might face. whether it's a massive hurricane or whether it's another pandemic. I think we're better off as a result.
One thing I like to say, one great thing about us as Caribbean people is our ability to come together in times of disaster. And that is what happened beautifully during the COVID period. The relationship between tourism and health, even if we viewed it from different perspective, because as tourism, we're interested in getting the borders open, getting people to the country, but the health and safety of all citizens was a priority for all of us. And we were able to work together to create protocols that could allow that to happen, to get the industry restarted. And also the relationship with stakeholders, to get them involved, get them engaged in finding the solutions of how do we maneuver through COVID, and how can we develop the protocols to ensure that we can open the borders in a safe manner and that does not make the public feel fearful. So we did that in Dominica. We created a protocol, Safe in Nature, and the stakeholders at the end of the day said that was a lifeline for them because they were on the verge of collapse. And so the support from the various departments of government was really great during that period. The other thing is partnership. Partnership with organizations like the OECS, CAFR, ECHA. Really, we came together on Zoom, we connected, and we went through different scenarios. We reviewed different protocols, regulations, and even for the restart of cruise, we were able to have harmonized protocols, and that worked beautifully. And I must say, that is one of the lessons learned, that in the region, if we can have more harmonized protocols, harmonized regulations, it will make life much easier for us during the disaster times and post-disaster periods.
And certainly harmonization, I think it's key moving forward in the future. I think that's probably the lesson number one. What really hurt our industry and I think society in general were the different protocols and procedures that were developed, not between one nation, island country, but what we saw in different parts, even provinces and municipalities. And that really confuses everyone, brings more uncertainty, and in an industry like ours, which is very volatile depending on what the situation can be, it could be devastating.
Yeah, we were a little bit more fortunate to some extent. I mean, our government came in the middle of COVID when we got elected. Now, for us, it was very easy off the bat in the sense that we were all aligned that the health and safety of our people were first. So we have the added luxury of having not being overly dependent on tourism. So our financial services industry really and truly has always been able to carry us through, whether it be during Hurricane Ivan or even during the pandemic. To put that in context, pre-COVID in 2019, if I look at core government revenues from tourism accommodation taxes, what we make on rooms, and also what we make from port fees from cruise, that's around 60 million US a year. We had one revenue line that the financial services brought in for us that gave core government almost 70 million US in revenue. So one revenue line literally replaced, from a government standpoint, what we lost on direct revenues from the tourism accommodation tax and the cruise port tax. But what we could not make up was, one, the loss of economic activity that came from the multiplier effect of having people in the community. And secondly, the most pressing thing that we found is that our people were designed to be welcome. And the mental and social impact from not having that 500,000 people that normally visit the shore. We saw too many people. I mean, we have people in the tourism industry is not doing it for money, they're doing it for passion, they're doing it for life. And that is the one thing that we could not replace. So while we took a very cautious approach for it, and that's one reason why we were the last to open, but we also had to factor in that mental and social impact. I saw people firsthand who miss driving the buses with the tourists, and you can see they smile and everything else. So this has always been a special industry. And for many people inside our government, we started out with our parents being in the tourism industry. My dad was a bartender, my mother was a waitress. So we saw the passion, but at the end of the day, it still came down to what was the best thing for our people.
And you certainly can't get that through Zoom or Teams.
No.
About 12 minutes left. Let's open it up. Questions, comments, challenges. There's someone back there.
Thank you. Afternoon, everybody. Donovan White, Jamaica Tourist Board. I wanted to spare him a minute or two to, I believe, talk a little bit about what I consider to be the elephant in the room in relation to Caribbean aviation. I say those who don't study history are destined to repeat it. And if we think back 20 years ago, the American model of flying domestic changed dramatically because O&D flying was considered to be, and still is considered to be, largely inefficient and unsustainable. Hence, the hub and spoke model was created. So it was created really first for the benefit of domestic flying in the United States. It later proved to be the fillip in terms of growing international aviation in and out of the United States. I say that to say that today we have, and I've counted in about 8 fingers, 8 regional carriers, and I may have missed 3 or 4. So there's probably about 12 that are actively flying. The problem with that is there is no real opportunity for those 8, 9, 10, or 12 regional carriers to be truly sustainable and therefore grow domestic flying, which therefore creates an opportunity for especially some of our smaller countries who don't have large international airports to take large planes to truly be able to benefit from aviation. The solution, I believe, lies somewhere in the opportunity to create 2 or 3 regional hubs, one in the north, one in the south, maybe one in the middle, and possibly even one west towards Cancun. The thought this morning around creating a single airspace and using some of the studies that have already been done that has been parked for years is an opportunity, I believe, to begin to address that. But I think more importantly, to drive the sustainability of our regional carriers, we have to be able to have a real conversation around incentivizing domestic flying, incentivizing international carriers from all over the world to fly into the 3 or 4 hubs that we could potentially create across the region. And therefore giving our regional carriers the opportunity to fly between these hubs in distribution of passengers that come in internationally. Because the fact is, we are not going to be, most of us are not going to be able to fly our own planes anymore, Jamaica being one of them, because it's just not sustainable. It's not cost sustainable to fly O&D to carry your own passengers. And so I think if in the true spirit of speaking regionally and speaking from the perspective of trying to find a solution, the real solution is, are we of the mind and of the attitude and of the will to create this kind of hubbing experience across the region that is the only feasible way, I believe, we are going to find a sustainable solution for regional aviation that works, that keeps our people connected, and be able to move tourism in a way that enables us to then engage far markets like the Middle East and the Pacific and Asia and all of those markets that most of our airports cannot take a A350 or even in some instances a A330. And those are the planes that's going to be able to fly 14, 15 hours to bring those people toward you. So in that instance, then you must put your hubs where you can take those planes and then create the infrastructure to move passengers around the region. If we're not doing that, then we're really talking around the elephant and not really addressing it.
Actually, I'm going to respond to that. Sometimes the issue is not the problem, but how you look at the problem. I, again, put on my Minister of Finance hat, and Minister Brian can tell you when we sat down with the budgets, we sat with each minister individually. I look at Cayman Airways. We don't look at Cayman Airways from a cost standpoint. We see Cayman Airways, our Cayman Airways, as an economic accelerator. And as I said earlier before, and this is why I said what I said, when American does 1.9 billion, again, pre-COVID, pre-tax profit, and then overall profit, and 4.2 billion or 4 billion and change is made from your loyalty program, it means then that the transport itself is losing money. The reality of it is none of the airlines realistically is making money from the transport business. And in order for you to make money from the transport business, again, it's not going to be cost sustainable. As long as this year, for example, we are putting around 11 million US equity injection in Cayman Airways. And that's what it normally costs us around that pre-COVID in terms of equity injection to subsidize whatever. And then the airline also has different stuff that it does to keep itself afloat. But the tourism accommodation tax revenue for us was actually around $45, $48 million a year. So I'm getting 48 million a year US on tourism accommodation tax, again, pre-COVID. We're giving up 11 million in terms of equity injection. It pays for itself. So we see our airline as an economic accelerator, because at the end of the day, the domestic connectivity between islands, you can't pay for that. There is no way we can cover that cost. Then there's also the strategic side that Cayman Airways does in terms of developing routes. You can't pay for that. Like I said, starting out, we made up our mind, we were going into LAX simply because we want to expand routes. And there are other places that we're looking at going simply for that. So we expect to lose money within our airlines. Now, if the airlines that we are competing against, mostly the US carriers, are all losing money from the transport business, there is no reasonable way that we honestly think that, don't care how we structure it, that we can make money from the transport business if the multi-billion airlines can't do it. So I'm going to collapse all of that by saying this: unless the people of the Caribbean, led by the governments, are determined to subsidize the airlines, and I'm going to tell you why it is a big issue, is that when many of those countries are their own airlines, they didn't want to subsidize them the way they should. And when their own airlines went out of business, then they turned around and then started guaranteeing the American carriers a certain amount of revenue when they should have put that in developing their own airlines. So that's really where the problem is.
I would like to state we should be a bit somewhat fair on the airline, particularly North American carriers, because they are the only carriers in the world that will make money this year as an industry, North American carriers, no other. It's not solely on the frequent flyers, because some of the airlines don't depend on the frequent flyers as much. We have two governments here that have two airlines: Bahamas, Cayman, Inter-Caribbean, a couple more that are out there. There are airlines here. I think we need to stop kind of chattering or BSing each other, because it's here. We don't have to, Caribbean's the other one, sorry, I apologize. We don't have to create what's already there. So whose fault is it? Is it the airlines? Or is it the governments? Or is it, how do we get both to do it? Because we have the capabilities, but somehow we keep talking about intra-regional connectivity for the past 10, 15 years. So what do we do? I think someone had a comment.
Yeah, right here. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Listen, you're right.
Thank you. For once.
The word you just used was BS, right? So let's get to do this. I'm a journalist, and I've been in this business for more than 50 years. Lived and worked in Antigua, Trinidad and Tobago, Montserrat, now Jamaica. I've had, like many other Caribbean people, an opportunity to watch the performance of the airlines that we own and operate. So the elephant in the room, as Mr. White said from Jamaica, and you BS'd it just now, is who among the airline leadership, first of all, are prepared to go back to the gatherings that took place decades ago under people like Ken Gordon of Trinidad and Tobago, to try to forge one Caribbean airline, with the proposal that they would agree to a number of things: quote sharing, fuel coming out of Trinidad because they had the cheapest fuel available in the region, and the hubs that our Jamaican colleague talked about. The hubs existed. Barbados was the hub in one place, Antigua another, and you had a northern hub as well. So we've come back here after decades of discussion about this, and we are afraid, or I don't know what the word is, to deal with the elephant in the room. I would expect that coming out of this meeting, I would hear that the airlines have a meeting in the whatever room here in the Ritz. The airlines that are here today, that they are meeting now with a sense of urgency to address this. That's one. Two, I expect the governments themselves would do similarly, and that they would address the elephant in the room, the taxes. We talk about that all today. So this meeting would be an absolute waste if there are no fundamental decisions taken that address the primary discussion of this meeting today, Caribbean Aviation today.
I'm going to pose a question back to you because it was a very good statement. Do you believe that's the #1 priority for this region?
Do you really, you ask me that?
I'm asking you that. Is that the #1? Sincere question.
I started off by saying I'm a journalist, you know.
That's what I'm asking.
I ask questions, sir.
But I'm the moderator and I'm asking you a question.
I ask questions and I expect straight answers. So let Minister Bryan answer you.
What we can say is those meetings are happening. I can say that there have already been several discussions amongst the airlines. So I can say it is happening because, like I said, we do recognize it is a challenge. And just and I really want to thank Minister Bryan again for hosting this because we got a chance to discuss a lot more than just tourism, even trade. Just got invited to Dominica, and we figured that we can do a lot more business within the Caribbean. But it has to be a situation where it's not just a matter of traveling, because the challenge you're going to have with the hub and spoke is, and again, going back to my good friend, the Deputy Prime Minister of Bahamas, we talk about competition. If you want to use a hub and spoke model, it has to be a situation that when the tourists arrive in the hub, the other smaller islands get some guarantee that they're going to pass them on and not try to keep them too. So that is the other issue, which is also part of the issue. But I think when we do recognize that we have other competitive advantages and other things that we can do, I think that in itself would justify it. So I think, in all fairness, this generation and this team and the group that I've seen, I think we're motivated to get it done.
There's also a move like that in Central America. It's called the CA4, and they're harmonizing their policies, their fees, their taxes, and they're treated like domestic flights among the members.
We're going to talk about that in 1 second. Technically, time's up, but it's kind of my event, so we're going to go for five more minutes because I think we got some energy going here, a little bit of passion. You have 5 more minutes? Drinks and dinner's not for another couple hours, all right? So, and the sun sets at 7, so you have plenty of time. And I'm going to get to you 1 second. And we do have an example in the Dominican Republic. A new airline came up. 23 new airlines, destinations are popping up. So things are happening in this part of the world that are moving forward. Do you have a comment to this?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just to answer the politician, the reporter that asked the question earlier, he snuck out of that one quite easily, didn't he? Reminds me of my competition. Anyway, that being said, I think the one thing that we didn't recognize here that the two common things that Barbados and the Cayman Islands has said is that we subsidize our airlines because we're committed that we will get the money back on the back end. No different than ticket guarantees. So the question is not whether we want to do it. You think Bahamas wouldn't be able to say, I can make my airline make more money or Cayman Islands to make more money? Of course we can. Every country has to pay a price. I told you guys today, this is about money. Nobody gives it away for free and it doesn't grow on trees. So if countries want to put up the cost with confidence that they're going to get it on the back end from the other taxes of consumption and the other fees that they have, then this can work. Because you can't expect another country. I've had meetings with some amazing people about connectivity. You think I can go back to the people of the Cayman Islands and say I'm doing this for another country for free? It doesn't work that way. So you have to put the confidence in yourself as a region together to say, let me help you, but you got to help yourself by paying some of those fees. There's no way of getting around that. And you don't have to do all the infrastructure that we have done by way of buying and investing in planes, but you got to pay up some of the money up front and expect to get your money on the back end. So that's the answer to the question. It can happen is if everybody pays their dues in the process.
I do want to give the opportunity to the airline CEOs that are here. Any comments, statements? We got one. Wait, we need the mic. We're streaming this all around the world.
If I may respond to Donovan as into Caribbean, we started out with a small hub in Providenciales. We moved to create another small hub out of Tortola. We established 2 years ago a hub and continue to grow from Barbados, and our fourth home in Georgetown, Guyana is also on the way. So we have very south 2 points in